Kenny, we're recording.
Yes, sir. We are recording. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy post-Thanksgiving. Happy Thursday. The time is 10:01, and I'll call the December 5th, 2024 meeting of the Planning Board to order. We have the following board members with us: Vice Chair Bailey.
Good morning.
And we have Commissioner Giraldo.
Good morning.
And Commissioner Washington.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Chair Shapiro. Please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration and for all submission of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. And registered speakers may join the meeting with a link provided by the planning board office email. You can also listen by phone by utilizing the caller number provided in the email. And of course, you can tune in to watch the planning board meeting via live stream.
Take it for disease.
We've got somebody who needs to mute.
Uh-oh.
If you wish to speak or become a person of record, you can use the online web form. In addition to the commissioners, we are joined by our general counsel, our senior counsel, Lisa Coleman. We have our planning board administrator, Jessica Jones, our technical hearing writer, Rhonda Ford, Sherry Connor, the acting development review division chief. Good morning, Ms. Connor. And Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Cron helping us with technology, as always, ably behind the scenes. So move on to our first item on the agenda. This is a resolution of appreciation for Tony Abrecht, Information Systems Analyst 3 with the Prince George's County Planning Department, retiring from the commission effective 12/31 with more than 26 years of service, all of those within the planning department. As a testament to her contributions to the department, she just want to note some of the things that she did. She oversaw the development and maintenance of many of the department's mission critical applications. The DAMS program, the Development Activity Monitoring System, the permit tracking system, community association registration, the person of record registration. She received multiple performance awards. She's a key member of the commission's Committee on Cultural Competence as well. I want to thank Tony for your sharing your expertise in information systems management, your willingness to mentor new staff, your commitment to innovation. We wish you a very, very happy retirement. And Mr. Canistra, I don't know if you have anything you want to add as well. Happy to hear your voice as well.
Yes, good morning, Chair Shapiro and members of the board. I would like to acknowledge on behalf of the Planning Department and the Information Management Division the tremendous contributions that Tony has made over the past 25 years. Virtually every piece of information a citizen or the community is looking to obtain on development activity, permits, registered associations is coming from a system that Tony had a hand in designing, developing, maintaining, and enhancing. So, her legacy for supporting and maintaining those systems will carry on for a very long time. And we certainly want to wish Tony the very best in her retirement. So thank you, Tony, and thank you for acknowledging, her work here today.
Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words, and Tony, you will be missed. Thank you very much. So, commissioners, I'd look for a motion for the resolution of appreciation.
With my congratulations, I move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second, and my congratulations as well.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington and a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
But aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Jim, for coming on and for the kind words as well. Move on to the next item on agenda. I would look for a motion to approve the draft minutes of our November 21st meeting, 2024.
Motion to approve draft minutes.
Second.
And a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, a second by Commissioner Washington with no discussion. I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington, Vice Chair Bailey.
But aye.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. We'll now move on to item 3A. We have a number of legislative updates with some recommendations from staff for us. Let me turn to, who am I turning to on this item? Anyone? Takers? Do we have? We don't have Jordan?
Chair, Ms. Borden is still working at doing the presentation from Montgomery County right now. She said she would contact us when she was able to join.
Okay, all right, thanks for that update. So we'll hold off on this and we'll come back to this agenda item when Ms. Borden or Jordan can join us. So, okay, thanks for that. We'll move on to item 3C on our agenda. This is our budget presentation. We're going to start with our corporate budget director, Terry Charles, and then we will be running through a number of folks from different departments as well. But let's start with Terry. Ms. Charles, the floor is yours. Good morning. We see a slide presentation, but I don't hear. Oh, there you are. There you are, Ms. Charles. I'm sorry. We can't hear you though.
Good morning. Good morning, all.
There you
As
go.
the chair has indicated, there are four presenters, if you will, and actually, sir, the order of the deck starts with the commissioner's office. So I think Mr. Clark will kick us off.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Charles.
Okay, thank you very much, Terry. For the record, Robert Clark, Prince George's County Planning Board Office. I'll be brief in my remarks as there are no changes from our October 31st presentation, with the exception of updated benefits amounts that were provided by our central budget office. The Planning Board Office is proposing a budget of $3.993671 million, which only increases expenditures.
I'm sorry, I was just waiting until we could see it on the screen.
Okay.
Is there a presentation or, okay.
Yeah, there's actually a PowerPoint. This is the backup that's showing now. There's a PowerPoint with all departments in it.
Right.
So let's take a second and make sure we have our technology in order. Hold on one second, Mr. Clark, and we'll wait for the PowerPoint to come up.
Sure.
Mr. Clark, this is item 3C.
3B.
Yeah.
3B. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
there's a
it's 3C.
PowerPoint presentation, Kenny.
There's nothing for
3C.
3B.
3C.
3C.
3C. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Sorry.
There's the PowerPoint.
Here we go.
Advance the slide, and it should be Robert's slide. Advance
Okay,
one more time.
advance it again. One more time, Kenny. Okay, here we go. So we only have 2 slides, but we're proposing a budget in the planning board's office, as you can see, which increases expenditures only $95,497 or 2.45% above the current approved 25 budget. As we pointed out in our last presentation, we have reallocated funding between non-personnel classifications to better address operational needs, and our personal complement will remain at 16 career positions. We have an in-depth explanation for all budget variances that is included in your backup. It was previously shown on the screen. So that's our presentation. I thank you for your time. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Status quo budget for this one. If there's no questions, commissioners, then we can move on, Ms. Charles.
Next will be the planning department.
And
Lorraine
Director Hull.
and
Director
Dr.
Hull.
Director Hall.
I don't know if you can see me, but can you hear me? I'm trying to turn on the mic, the camera, but it's not coming on my end.
I can hear somebody.
Oh gosh. I don't know what's going on my end. I've been chiming in the chat to ask for assistance, but nothing has, no one has supported me on this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't see who's talking.
Lorraine is talking.
Oh, Lorraine, I'm sorry. I didn't see, we didn't see you. So Lorraine, we have the planning department FY26 operating budget up. Let me turn to Director Hull first, if you have any introductory remarks. And then Lorraine, we can turn to you if you're going to be doing the presentation. We can see the slides.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
But let's start with Director Hull.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks again for giving us an opportunity to present. Lorraine, you're coming in loud and clear, so once I finish with my introduction, you can go ahead and start with the presentation. So when we last came before the commission, we shared some really great, exciting opportunities for us to work on some innovative and transformative projects. We're also trying to move forward some important master planning, do some upward mobility with our staff, and also start to really connect more with the cities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lorraine to go through the items.
Lorraine, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Lorraine Coleman Williams. I'm the Budget Manager for the Prince George's County Planning Department. It is my pleasure to present to you the Planning Department's FY 2026 budget proposal. Next slide, please. The proposal for FY 2026 budget is $52,589,418, which is $1,868,839, or 3.68% greater than the adjusted adopted FY 2025 budget. Included in the proposed budget is $33,593,221 for personnel compensation and benefit costs, which is $2,415,702, or 7.7% greater than the adjusted adopted budget for FY 2025. The proposal will increase our staff complement by 21 new positions, as summarized in the chart below. Next slide, please. This chart represents the proposed FY 2026 new positions and reclassifications. We're requesting 20 new full-time positions, 1 new term position, contract position, and the reclassification of 4 of our term contract positions to career positions. Next slide, please. This slide represents a comparison of our 2025 adjusted adopted budget to our FY 26 proposed budget. The proposal will increase our personnel request by $2,415,702, or 7.7%. The supplies and materials category will decrease by $3,000, or less than 1%. The other services and charges category will decrease by $507,627, or 2.9%. And our capital outlay category will decrease by $87,200, or 11.3%. And lastly, our chargebacks will increase by $50,964, or 10.5%. At this time, I would like to point out to you that we've dug into our seat cushions, if you will, and to reallocate resources from non-personnel services to our personnel services category to request 3 of our newly requested positions. In addition, the costs associated with our reclassifications are minimal, and it would be maybe 15.3 per employee to support that effort. This request is robust. I understand that. Can you please go to the next slide? But it will support the FY 2026 new and ongoing work programs. And that would be the expansion of our collegiate internship program and the rebranding of our undergraduate and graduate assistant program, the art and placemaking grant pilot program, the master sector updates, studies in farmland preservation and activation study, our placemaking around town program, the planning assistance for municipalities and communities program, our Go Prince George's master plan of transportation, transportation review guidelines implementation and plan 2035 evaluation, the expansion of our neighborhood planning academy, and lastly, the enhancements to PG Atlas and DART program. This concludes my presentation, and we're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that. Let me turn back to Director Hull. If you want to sort of give any sort of final thoughts before we open up for any questions, talk about how this sort of jives with your vision. The big picture would be helpful for us as always.
Definitely. And so I'm really excited to be able to present a very progressive proposal with my budget manager that really touches on the 4 Ps we talked about earlier this year, about how we're advancing placemaking, how we're advancing better planning projects, how we're really being people focused, and how we're also being very intentional with our partnerships. And so the important thing also to keep in mind is that there's certain parts of our county that we haven't done a lot of outreach in close to 10 plus years. Our Plan 2035 is also approaching a part of the benchmarks where our state is going to require us to evaluate. So we're really trying to advance those type of important initiatives with our robust transportation process that we need to be more integrated in regional planning efforts. And so that's where you're seeing a lot of these great programs. And the big thing that we always don't think about is the behind the scenes, the back of house items that we have to keep up. And so the PG Atlas and the DARTS programs, all of the IT and security maintenance that's associated with that is very key as well.
Thank you for that. Colleagues, any questions for the planning director about this piece of the budget?
Not really a question, but thank you for the thoughtful presentation. So 21 new personnel positions. I guess I would ask, does this represent just 21 add-on, and or have you looked at the your entire department portfolio and maybe some current positions are being redefined? Was this is it just an essential add-on, or is this an overhaul for the department? Like a kind of a organizational redesign, I guess is a better way to say it.
So I appreciate the question. There's a couple things that's happening. So if we can go back to the slide with the positions, we have some positions that are not full-time positions. So in order to get them to be benefit and official full-time positions, we have to air quote reclass. And so you'll see on this chart that we see positions that are now moving from a term standpoint to now to be a permanent status. A few of these positions were actually approved last year, and so we're now trying to reconcile that. A couple of the other positions that are also listed here are positions that are very key in moving forward a new division. And so if you guys remember, there was a report that was done that evaluated our customer service needs under our development review division. And so we wanted to also make sure we did very intentional updates for our customer service and application intake. So we're now creating a new division that's going to complement our DRD. And so that's where you see some of those positions are going to be tied to that, because right now we're wanting to be a little bit more efficient in how we're doing intake and customer service. Some of the other things that you're seeing here are complementing our community planning division. If you notice, the lion's share of the positions are more into the visioning and master planning side of things. A good part of our county, almost half of the county, we have not done any visioning in a long time. And so now we need the resources to do that as well.
Okay. No, thank you for that, Director Hull. I appreciate it.
That's a great question, and I think it is helpful to note that, to your point, this is a combination of essentially repurposing as well as expanding. And one thing that I'm quite comfortable with is a number of these initiatives that you're taking on are not just things that we as a board are interested in, but also the council and the executive have spoken about their specific desire to have us be more assertive and expansive with how we're approaching the role. So I think these are tough budget times, but I think this is a smart investment for the county. Other questions?
No, I agree, and you definitely have to make that investment.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks very much to both of you. And we will move on to the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Yes, good morning, Chair Shapiro, Vice Chair Bailey, and the Planning Board member, Steve Carter, Acting Director, for the next couple of weeks. So our fearless leader can take some time off so he can be well rested for the rest of, for the beginning of 2025 and beyond. This morning, we will be bringing to you the proposed FY26 operating budget, and the person that will be bringing forth the information will be Brenda McCain, Acting Budget Manager. So without further ado, I would turn it over to Brenda. She will go through a few slides, and you have the information in front of you, and be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Carter. Ms. McCain?
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Shapiro and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Brenda McCain. I am the Acting Operating Budget Manager for the Department of Parks and Recreation, Prince George's County. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed FY26 budget. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just wanted to remind you of the department's focus areas and strategies for FY26. All of the FY26 funding requests are wrapped around these focus areas and strategies. Next slide, please. You have our memo with the details of all of our variances. This will provide you with a high-level view of our proposed budget. This is a summary of the Parks and Recreation Fund proposed budgets. Our aim in FY26 was to reallocate existing funding where it was most needed while still ensuring that service delivery to our community was not compromised. Because of reallocations, here we see that the largest increase requested in the Parks and Recreation funds is the pay-go and debt service. Next slide, please. Here you can see the Park and Recreation Fund separately. The Park Fund at the top shows an increase in the legislative project charges and debt service and a decrease in pay-go. The Recreation Fund at the bottom shows a moderate decrease in amount of subsidy to the Enterprise Fund and an increase in pay-go. The large variance in the operating divisions represents some one-time funding that was removed from the FY26 proposed operating budget. Next slide, please. Here we see the special revenue and enterprise funds. The special revenue fund remains basically unchanged from FY25 to the proposed FY26. In the enterprise fund, please note that there is a significant increase in revenues, mostly due to golf, trap and skeet, the College Park Airport Museum, and the Equestrian Center programming. Again, we see a moderate decrease in the subsidy from the rec fund to the enterprise fund. Next slide, please. Here is a summary of our proposed career positions. We are proposing in FY26 to add 7 new positions, one of which we took seasonal dollars and transferred them into a career position. We're asking for a compliance, performance, and innovation division program manager for ADA, a public affairs and community engagement administrative person, management services is asking for help desk technicians, and the Natural Historic Resources Division is requesting museum director, collections curator, and outreach and education coordinator. Note that there is a change in work years for seasonal and intermittent staff, which is due to a removal of one-time funding, which included seasonal funding in the Recreation Fund. Next slide, please. And this is the conclusion of our presentation for the operating budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation. Prince George's County, thank you for your time, and we are available to answer questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. McCain. Mr. Carter, Commissioners, questions for the Department of Parks and Rec leadership? Thank you. I mean, the only thing I would say is I appreciate that the enterprise fund, the emphasis on the enterprise funds and bringing in more resources. That's been a long-term goal, and it's nice to see it come to fruition. And especially, again, as budget times are tougher, that's going to be an important way that we continue to grow. So nice work on that one. And overall, I think you've taken relatively conservative approach to this budget, which is appropriate, and still delivering resources in an impressive way. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Parks and Rec? If not, Ms. Charles, turn it over to you. What's next?
I think Executive Director Spencer will kick me off first.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Shapiro and Vice Chair Bailey and Planning Board members. I'm Bill Spencer, Acting Executive Director for the Commission, and I'm really pleased to be before you again to present our proposed FY26 budget. Our request for FY26 is very meager. It's very limited and constrained and intentional in regards to the things that we absolutely need, and we pull back only for those things that were absolutely necessary. We have two position requests, which the departments have felt that there's a need for. They were based upon to align with their needs, and on both sides of the county, in Prince George's and Montgomery. And that was one for our audit, for our Inspector General's office. And the second was for the Finance Department for our P card, purchase cards administration. That has grown significantly over the past several years, and manages about $16 million in purchases annually. And we have no one to oversee that at present. It's being done by multiple people on a part-time basis. And our other request is going to be really to maintain our current level of services and try to improve with our replacement of equipment for our IT services, that equipment that is aging. So really that's the crux of our request. I'm going to turn it over to Terry Bako Charles, who will walk you through the specifics. Terry?
Oh, so again, good morning, Terry Charles, Corporate Budget Director. Next slide, please. I'm before you to ask for your approval of the revised FY26 CAS budgets, as well as the internal service funds. Next slide. As you may recall, and as shown here, in October, I presented each CAS department's budget request. And at that point in time, they aggregated to a total of $28.5 million, which was a 6% increase or $1.6 million over the FY25 adopted budget. Those presented budget, as Mr. Spencer just explained, were base budget adjustments. He already discussed that the only two exceptions to base budget requests were Finance Department and the Office of Inspector General. Those are, again, two positions that total together $286,000. And also, as he also previously mentioned, the OIT budget base did include restoration of the FY25 reduction that impacted both IT equipment replacement and professional services. Now, at that time in October, we knew that the budgets were subject to revision to reflect the final benefit costs. We also anticipated at that time that we would change our reference, the year-over-year reference from the FY25 adopted budget to the adjusted budget. So as you can see, as referenced in the column marked November, here displays the final numbers for each of the CAS departments with the county split and the percentage change based on the FY25 adjusted adopted. These revised numbers again reflect the benefit adjustment due to the increase in pension costs, and with only one notable exception, the CAS support line, support services there, which was upwardly adjusted from October to November, unrelated to the benefit cost increase, because we found an omission of an internal fund chargeback expense that was discovered in our review of the continuing budget document. With these final adjustments, the FY26 cash request now totals $29 million. And as you can see here, Prince George's share will be $15.2 million, which is a 4.2% increase, or nearly $1.2 million more than the current FY25 adopted adjusted. Next slide, please. Now moving on to the review of the various FY26 internal service funds. Greater detail is contained within your agenda packet, and the IS funds that I'm going to begin to speak to will begin on page 53 of today's agenda packet. Both the commission-wide CIO and the CWIT, the IT initiative funds, were previously discussed in October, but as shown here, we are requesting for FY26 $7.9 million, which is a 9.7% increase. And that reflects for the CIO fund, the restructuring of the Microsoft subscription, as well as the renewal of the enterprise agreement and the addition of Copilot licenses. The CWIT fund referenced here actually will experience no change in requests between FY25 and FY26. Now moving to the next internal service fund, which is the risk management fund. For FY26, Prince George's will contribute to the risk management fund nearly $3.9 million, of which $3.7 million is coming from DBR, and then the remaining will be contributed by planning and CAS. And as seen here in a year-over-year comparison, this is a 5.4% increase. Also, you can see that of the nearly $200,000 that is going to be increased, I want to share that about $150,000 of it will come from the recreation fund. And this is depicted on your page 60 of today's agenda memo. If you're able to look at that, you'll see the details as it relates to what the fund's expense is estimated to be in FY26, and you'll see that it is estimated to decline from $5.4 million to $5.2 million, which is a decrease of 4.6%. Over half, or 53% of the total expense that's incurred in the risk management fund is, of course, related to actual claims. And the expectation is that projected claims will actually drop from the current year's budget of 3.1 to 2.78 million for FY26. And if this is the case, and again, this is what has been proposed, this will fully offset the 5.3.5% increase in administrative costs, which are expected to be 2.4 million in FY26. Moving to the next fund for consideration, that's the group insurance fund. Its details can be found on page 62 of the agenda packet memo. The request for FY26 is a total budget request of $87.5 million, which represents a 2.9% increase over FY25. As you know, this is much more a moderate increase than what we just experienced, and it reflects, though, the use of the consultant's latest projections for claims. So it has built, undergirding it, a 9.4% expectation of claims increase. For fees, a 23% increase, and it's also built upon an expectation of premiums increasing by 25%. But what has occurred is we applied it to a revised base, which was built from the variance trend between what our actual expenses been and what has been budgeted expenses. And in FY24, that variance was 10 million. The other notable things with regard to the group insurance fund that I want to share is that the reserve requirement has increased to 12%, and that the benefits office is exploring adding prescription drugs to the stop loss coverage, which is again why we do have projected a 25% increase in premium expense. Now moving to the next internal service fund, that's the executive office building. Its details begin on page 63 of today's agenda packet. The FY26 budget, as seen here, is just shy of 1.7 million. It's an increase year over year of just 0.6%, which correlates to just about $10,000. And it's truly related to just the change in the salary expense associated with the chargebacks. The rental rates are going to remain unchanged. Moving to the next internal service fund, that's the Largo headquarters building. Its details begin on page 66 of today's packet. The Largo headquarters building for FY26 budget request, when you look year over year, will appear as a decrease to 33.8 million. This spending authority, though, will allow us to have 5.8 million to support operations and 28 million in available internal service funds to continue the capital activity to create a fully functional environment at both locations in Largo. And then the last fund for your consideration today is the Capital Equipment Internal Service Fund. Its details are on page 69 of today's packet. But as shown here, for FY26, Prince George's will contribute to the fund just a little over $100,000 to support corporate IT equipment. Next slide, please. That concludes my report of the FY26 request. I thank you for your support of both the CAS budget and internal service funds, and I am available to attempt to answer questions as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charles. Commissioners, colleagues, questions for Ms. Charles or Mr. Spencer?
Clarifying question, Ms. Charles, if you go back one slide, Kenny, with the capital equipment, I was just looking at the difference between the Prince George's and Montgomery charges. Can you explain why they're so different, or the variance is so high, I should say?
They have specific projects that are of course going to be dedicated funding from them. For example, they are doing some updating of their auditorium equipment as well. For Montgomery County, this also reflects their part makes use of this fund to do its capital outlay expenses, whereas Prince George's does not handle it in that manner.
I got it. Okay, thank you so much. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions? Let me just say that, and some of this was happening behind the scenes, colleagues, but I want to commend you, Ms. Charles and Mr. Spencer, for a very different, very collaborative, very inclusive budget process. The work that you've done, I think Director Carter, Director Hull would agree, the work that you have done to sort of get to the operating departments early and often and have it be a truly collaborative approach means that, I would say all of us across the board would truly say that this is our collective budget, and it meets the priorities of the operating departments, CAS. It's been a nice bit of work. So, Ms. Charles, I know you've been in the role for 23 years now. Is that, did I get that right? But it's impressive how much you've really stepped up and stepped in and taken this on, and it's comforting and it's been very effective. And to you as well, Mr. Spencer, I want to thank you both for all the good work. Nothing else for us on this. Is there any other pieces of the budget that we have, Ms. Charles, or does that conclude the budget items?
That would conclude it. And so again, I hope that you will be able to support the package so that in less than 2 weeks, we're bringing it back to the full commission for full adoption. Thank you.
Yes. CIP is up next. Do we take action on this separate from CIP, or do we hear from CIP and then we look to consider action?
We hear from CIP.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Chair. This is Jessica Jones, Planning Board Administrator. I wanted to check with Ms. Charles. I believe you need a vote for this item.
But I'm trying to figure out from a process perspective, do we hear if the CIP before we take a vote?
So these are two separate items.
Okay,
So
all right.
I think there should be two votes.
So, Commissioners, I'd look for a motion to approve the FY26 proposed budget for Prince George's County.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion on the motion, I want to thank everyone again thank you, Ms. Charles, especially, and Mr. Spencer for all of your work and for this really new inclusive approach. It really is paying off. So if there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Geraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you all. Now we'll turn to Ms. Worstel. Mr. Carter, anything you want to say before Ms. Worstel goes for the capital?
Nope, let her go.
Okay, you're on.
Thank you.
All right, just gonna wait a sec so you can see the slides, which I think are coming right now.
Mr. Flanagan is going to be item 3D.
All right. Okay, so thank you. Good morning, Chair Shapiro, Vice Chair, and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Claire Worstel, and I'm the Capital Budget Manager for the Department of Parks and Recreation in Prince George's County. I'm here today to present the proposed FY26 through 31 capital improvement program for the department. Next slide, please. We strive to address the following 4 priorities in the FY26 CIP: be good stewards of our existing assets, fully fund the implementation of current projects, grow and change our inventory to meet the needs of current and future residents, and equitably distribute those resources and facilities. Our primary focus is on existing assets, specifically playgrounds, athletic fields, and trails, which are our facilities that residents have the greatest access to in terms of proximity to their home and daily use. We are implementing a new asset management approach to guide the investment prioritization in these facilities. We are still feeling the effects of historic inflation, so in order to complete many of the previously funded projects, we need supplemental funding to account for current material cost increases so we can finish those projects in a timely manner. Our proposed CIP is formulated by policies and recommendations in our adopted Formula 2048 Functional Master Plan and the Land Preservation Parks and Recreation Plan. These overarching plan documents have spurred master plans and feasibility studies that we then turn into new capital projects. And finally, providing additional resources to the areas of the county most in need of high-quality parks and recreation. Next slide, please. The Formula 2040 was completed in 2012. At that time, the authors included population projections through 2040, which they based their recommendations and policies on, including the multi-generational center approach. As of 2020, we have surpassed their projections and are close to meeting the 2040 projection already. That means that the projects identified as necessary to meet the needs of the population by 2040 are needed today. We will strive as a department to meet this challenge. Next slide. We have also set the goal of increasing our expenditures to better align with the annual budget. We have hired additional project managers, contracted with third-party project managers, and expanded our pool of on-call contractors. These actions have resulted in a steady increase in expenditures and project completions since the slowdown of the pandemic, helping to address the backlog of funded but not yet completed projects. Next slide. The CIP has 2 components, the capital budget and the capital plan. Capital budget refers to the expenditures planned for the first year of the CIP and provides the appropriation authority to spend the funds. The capital plan is the proposed projects and related expenditures for the remaining 5 years. The actual funding for these projects will not be allocated until the budget year. For FY26, the department is proposing a budget of $124.8 million, and the 6-year plan total is $435 million. The proposed FY26 budget will likely increase in the spring when we have more definitive figures for state grants and state program open space funding. The budget includes funding for 28 standalone projects and 18 recreation enhancement funds, which are the accounts that fund multiple projects, excuse me, such as the Playground Renovation Fund and the Trail Development Fund. And we'll see how that breaks down in the next slide, please. As was discussed in the CIP priority slide, we're investing roughly 2/3 of this year's budget in existing assets. We have a very large amount of aging infrastructure, and this investment is necessary for the safety and overall experience of our parks and facility users. We're investing a large amount of funding in historic properties to move forward with the restoration of Public Playhouse, Concord Manor, and Compton Bassett. We're also investing a lot of funding in new assets to meet the needs of our fast-growing population. This includes $12 million in additional funding for the Aquatics Complex in Service Area 7 and an additional $10 million for the new Green Branch Athletic Complex. As always, data can sometimes be misleading. For example, trails, fields, and stormwater projects are often components of larger projects, not always apparent in these charts. The aquatics funding this year does appear low on the chart. However, all of the multi-generational centers include aquatic components, but those are included under new assets, as well as the Service Area 7 pool is also under new assets. And then the Rolling Crest and Glendale community centers both include aquatic components, but those are included under centers and facilities as they are centers and facilities. So we actually have a large amount of aquatic investment. Once we have the full idea of what the total breakdown is for those two pieces of those projects, we will separate them accordingly. Finally, that new assets figure that you see on the far right that looks a little bit inflated, that includes the $100 million multi-generational center at Prince George's Plaza. So that is why that number is so much higher than the others. Next slide, please. It is very important to us to have equity across the county for CIP projects. While we do not have equality in projects by council district, we do have considerable equity of projects across the county. As part of the 2022 LPPRP, we worked with the state of Maryland to develop this park equity map. 12% of the proposed CIP projects are in low equity areas and 37% are in medium to low equity areas. So that's half of the proposed CIP that corresponds to the dark and light green areas on the map. Next slide. Before we conclude, I'd like to highlight some exciting projects that received funding this year. We continue to fund the delivery of multi-generational centers throughout the county, including Glen Ridge and Glendale. We have completed 3 regional park master plans and are working toward implementation of each of those through increased funding for various planned improvements. We will be delivering new first-class aquatic facilities at Rolling Crest, Lane Manor, and the Glendale Splash Parks. We will be planning and designing a new aquatic facility for Service Area 7. We continue to restore the vast number of historic homes and buildings throughout the county with large capital investments for Public Playhouse, Concord, Oxon Hill Manor, Mount Calvert, and the replacement of Wells Ice Rink, which we will discuss in the next slide, and much, much more. Next slide, please. Oh, keep going. I think that's a comment that got stuck in there. There we go. Okay, thank you. Regarding the requests from community members for the replacement of the Wells Ice Rink, the department conducted a feasibility study back in 2020. That building as a whole is beyond its useful life. Additionally, the feasibility study told us that all the utilities and infrastructure for Wells Ice Rink and Ellis Linson Pool are connected. In order to replace one facility, we really need to replace the other at the same time. That is a much larger project than simply enclosing Wells Ice Rink. So to replace both buildings on the existing site, which is completely in the floodplain, this will require extensive design work and creativity. The department has added $2 million for FY26 for the design work for this project and $30 million in FY27 for the construction. We know that that number will rise after the design and cost estimating are completed, and we will adjust at that time. Additionally, regarding the testimony related to the closure of the Southern Regional Aquatic and Wellness Center, major repairs started on the pool in late November, and we look forward to returning the pool to residents in early 2025. The response to the remaining community requests are included in your backup document. Next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the FY26 through 31 proposed CIP for submittal to the county executive and the county council. This concludes the presentation, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Worstel. Colleagues, questions for Ms. Worstel, Mr. Carter, related to the CIP?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. First, thank you for the presentation. Excellent job. And I know that our Wells Ice Rink family fans will be thrilled about this news. My other comment has to, and this may be preliminary, Mr. Chairman, it may even be directed to you, but given the discussions that are underway with regards to we don't know if they will or won't, commanders move to Washington, D.C., and then what becomes of, their existing home here in the county. Are we involved in those conversations at all with Cardin and Van Hollen's office? And I just would imagine, hopefully, perhaps that, there would be some role or some aspect of that we could be involved in or play a part in. So just made me think about it.
It's an excellent question. Short answer is yes, we're very much involved. And in the right venue, I can sort of fill you all in a bit.
Okay.
The short version of it, though, is it's hard to budget for because we don't really know what it is.
Exactly.
So I think we're all mindful that depending on how things go, there'll be hopefully a significant role for us, and that significant role might have budget implications, and we'll fall off that bridge when we get to it.
Got it. Yeah, and I wasn't really even asked. It just made me think about it when I was listening to this presentation. So thank you.
I appreciate that. It's very much on all of our minds. So it's a good question. Other questions?
I don't have a question, Mr. Chairman, but the Southern Regional Aquatics Wellness Center, I'm glad to see that the repairs for the pool are coming forward. I was beginning to change my phone number about that pool. I don't know how people got my number, and when is the pool going to open, and when can we get back in it? So people were very, very excited about that. So I see that the answer I can give them is early 2025. Is there any closer date that I could communicate to my neighbors when that pool will be available? Not that I swim at all, but I get in the water, but
you don't swim, but you're trying to avoid the angry swimmers. I understand.
I would say we hope to have more definitive timeline after the holidays.
Well, would you please let me know? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, there's been
on
the app Nextdoor, there have been comments about that swimming pool. So I'm glad that Vice Chair Bailey is handling it.
Single-handedly.
We could direct all questions to Vice Chair Bailey.
I get enough. All of my neighbors.
I would, there's you all team Parks and Rec. You all have a million things to do and a million priorities, but I think we would all agree, and to support my colleagues in the south part of the county, anything you can do to speed up that process and make that a major priority. I know it's in your heads and hearts already, but we are all there to encourage you to sort of speed that along.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? I would join with my colleagues and say this was an excellent presentation. I think it reflects the needs of the folks in the community. It never ceases to amaze me how much you all do. And do it so well, so effectively for the residents of the county. So thank you very much. Okay, so if there's no other questions, this CIP, this is an action item as well. So I would look for a motion to approve the Parks and Rec proposed FY26 to 31 capital improvement program.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. There's no discussion. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye. It was a great job by everyone involved as well.
Thank you. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thanks, team. Nice work.
Thank you.
That concludes all of our budget items for the day. Let's get back to our agenda. I believe that Ms. Borden is back with us. She was presenting to Montgomery County, and now it's our turn. Ms. Borden, are you on the line?
I am, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
How was Montgomery? Were they nice to you?
Good morning.
They were very nice. They are, very lively and involved, shall we say.
Good. And was Ms. Malcolm Culver, they weren't mean to you either? No, it's okay?
No.
All right, good. All right.
No one has ever mean to
we don't have to go over there and beat them up. So that was the whole goal for this. So go ahead. We have a number of legislative items. I'll turn it over to you to manage the process.
Okay. I know it looks like a lot, but it's not, because most of these bills apply only in Montgomery County. So if I could share my screen, I would put the bills up, but
Mr. Flanagan, can you, I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Flanagan, I sent a message. Can you allow Ms. Borden to share her screen?
Wow. Okay, this is a new one. Let's see. Share. Can I go here? Okay, is that visible to you all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, just make a little larger.
Yes.
A little larger. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking for.
We have an aging board, Ms. Borden, so we need a little larger.
I think I might have
yourself.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
That's better.
Okay, I'm just not seeing my zoning bill up here. Well, in any event, let me just get going. So the first bill that I want to talk about, let me see if I can pull that up really quickly, is actually our zoning bill. This is a repeat from last year. You all, I'm sure, will remember this one. Hopefully it's on the screen. This is MCPG 11525. This is the same bill that we had last year that would basically divest the planning board of all approval authority over everything that it does and give that authority to the district council. And we continue to think that that is a very bad idea. It is not consistent with good government. It's not consistent with best practices, and it is not consistent with the concept of checks and balances on government. You have one agency that makes the law, and then you have another agency that implements the law. You generally don't want one agency to do both. That is not a good idea. So we are asking for this board, Montgomery already voted to oppose this bill again this year. We are happy to talk to the sponsor or anybody else about this bill and explain in depth why we think this is a poor choice for Prince George's County, really at any time, but especially now. It's just a bad, it's a bad time to even be talking about something like this because of the challenges that the county has had in the past several years. So I'll leave it at that. If you have any questions, please, let me know, and we'll do our best to address them. If you have any questions about our proposed position statement, also please speak up.
I think this is fairly straightforward, colleagues. Let's take these one at a time because there aren't that many. I think this is fairly straightforward. If there's no objection, I would certainly encourage us to move to oppose this legislation.
Yeah, I support. I just did have one question. Is the sponsor still the same? Is it a role?
Yes.
Is it still? Okay.
Same
As long as it's not getting traction from anybody else. But I move to oppose I move to take the position of opposition.
Second, I think. Second.
We got a motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Vice Chair Bailey. There's not a whole lot more traction, but we want to, as always, get ahead of it.
Yeah.
It can be a crazy world in Annapolis. So if there's no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye for the opposition.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. And next,
Thank you. Next, we have MCPG 10125. This bill actually originated in the planning department in Montgomery County. It only applies in Montgomery, but I do want to explain it because Montgomery County actually has a particular provision in the land use article that requires all of its meetings to be streamed, live streamed. Now, because of COVID, we were doing that anyway. And when that bill was introduced, we said, oh, that's no problem. We're doing that anyway. You know, if you really want to put that in the law, that's fine. But we didn't think about the times when the board in Montgomery goes on tours. They do tours of master plan areas. And when they are out and about and they have a quorum, you know, this streaming requirement then attaches. And it makes it very difficult for them to do a tour together. We end up having to split them up and do 2 at a time and then, you know, 1 on the same tour. And so it's very, you know, wasteful of staff resources to do it that way. And so this bill, we were hoping would get through this year that would allow us to do tours. WSSC heard about it and wanted to sign on as well because they have a similar, very specific requirement in their section of the code that also requires live streaming of their meetings. And they want to be able to go out and do tours as well, you know, out in the community and be able to see, you know, see the improvements that are going on, see what's happening so that, you know, it informs them when they're making their decisions, you know, back in the hearing room, in the meeting room. So happy to answer any questions. It doesn't impact the Prince George's Board, but we would like a unified, you know, the commission supports this bill.
question, is there any value in us asking for an amendment in this some way so it does include us?
That was my question.
Well, you don't actually need an amendment to be included in this because the live streaming requirement doesn't apply to you. I mean, obviously we do live stream all of our meetings, but you're not doing that because you have a law that says you have to do it. You're doing it because it's a good thing to do.
So we could tour and not be subject to this. So it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. That's helpful. Commissioner Washington, that makes sense to you too?
Totally. Yep.
All right. Recommendations for us to support this as well. Is there a motion?
I move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. No discussion. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0.
Okay.
And
Next up is task force on the displacement of residents of Emery Grove. This is a task force that is being requested by Delegate Crutchfield to look into the displacement of African Americans out of the community of Emery Grove as a result of basically gentrification, redevelopment, urban renewal, and she wants to take a look at this and have the task force make some recommendations, for this community and possibly for, a countywide look. We think this is a wonderful idea and we want to be a member of the task force. We think that we can provide data, we can provide historical information that would be really useful. And so we would like to be added to the task force. So this would be a support with amendment.
that's fairly straightforward. Any questions, commissioners?
No. Move to support with amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. With no discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0.
Okay. And the remaining bills, we're not asking for a position. We're just providing them for information. All of the remaining bills only apply in in Montgomery County. I can answer any questions you might have. I could go into them, but they only apply in Montgomery County. And at this time, we're just monitoring these bills. We may come back to you with some recommendations on one or more of them. And again, this is just a heads up on these bills.
All right, Commissioners, any questions you have about any of these that you want more details on? We can always read the backup and follow up with you if we do have more questions.
No questions.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have for you today.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks to both of you for all the work.
You guys.
Nope. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, moving on to our consent agenda. Before there's a motion, I think staff, you had some corrections that you wanted to give us about item 4B. Is that right, Ms. Connor?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Sherry Connor with the Development Review Division. Yes, Ms. Hojan Garland has just minor administrative corrections to note on item 4B.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I am Hojang Garland. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you fine.
Thank you. For the record, I am Hojang Garland with the Urban Design Section. I'd like to note that there are 2 administrative corrections needed to be made for 2 resolutions under item 4B. For PGC PB number 2024-120, condition 1N of the draft resolution referred to condition 1B, while it should be corrected to refer condition 1M. This is due to renumbering that occurred as a result of condition revisions approved by the Planning Board at the November 14th hearing. And then one other item is for PGC PB number 2024-121. The finding on page 25 of the resolution will be corrected in accordance with the applicant exhibit number 1, which was approved by Planning Board also at the November 14th hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garland. Appreciate it. Ms. Connor, anything else on these?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose staff's recommendations on the items 4A, B, D, and E, or any board member wishes to discuss any of the items? If not, I would look for a motion.
After consideration of the record for item numbers 4A, 4B with noted amendment corrections just made by staff on the record, 4D and 4E, I move adoption of staff findings and approval of the items on the consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. No discussion. I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you, team. Much appreciated. Move on to our regular agenda items. Start with item 5, Countywide Planning Division. This is a mandatory referral, MRF 2024-005, Old Crane Solar Site, for the construction of a 13-acre solar facility on a 41-acre open space. Mr. Rivera is representing the applicant. Ms. Walker will be giving the staff presentation, and we will turn to staff to start.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, this is Tania Walker with the Special Projects Section. This mandatory referral review is MRF-2024-005 Old Crane Solar. This proposal was reviewed per Land Use Article Section 20-301 through 305 of the Maryland Annotated Code for Mandatory Referrals. This project is for the construction of a 13-acre solar facility on an approximately 41-acre parcel. Next slide, please. The project is in Council District 9 and Planning Area 79 in the Rural and Agricultural Growth Policy Area. Next slide, please. The 41-acre parcel for the proposed solar facility is located between Robert Crane Highway and Old Crane Highway and south of West Village Drive in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Next slide, please. The site is zone AR, agricultural residential. Next slide, please. The aerial view of the site shows the parcel that's mostly vacant land and some wooded areas. Next slide, please. The site is in the 8-digit Patuxent River watershed. Next slide, please. The site is located between Robert Crane Highway and Old Crane Highway. Next slide, please. The proposed project includes a 13-acre solar facility that consists of 4,875 panels with steel or aluminum racking systems, 2 solar equipment pads, an 8x20 storage shed, and a black non-reflective 7-foot chain link fence. Next slide, please. The applicant sent notification to adjoining property owners on May 8th, 2024, and a notice mailing was sent by staff on October the 8th, 2024. Next slide, please. This slide lists the required permits. Next slide, please. The site plan shows the layout of the solar panels. There will be a 22-foot wide access drive with a turnaround area for emergency vehicles, 2 separate 22-foot wide driveways that will provide ingress and egress to the solar facility and will provide access to Old Crane Highway. Herbaceous cover with pollinator value will be planted under the panels for the required dual use. Next slide, please. As the next 2 slides will show, staff recommends the applicant consider other dual uses as recommended by the Soil Conservation District to include vegetable production, honey production, free-range chickens for egg production, or grazing of small livestock. The Historic Preservation Commission reviewed the project at their regular meeting of November 17th, and those recommendations have been incorporated into the mandatory referral recommendations being presented. There are 3 historic sites visible from the solar array. The Historic Preservation Commission has recommended the applicant provide sightline studies and exhibits to show the visual impact of the solar array. They recommend landscape buffering and or afforestation that will minimize the visual impacts. The environmental staff also has various recommendations listed on slides 12 and 13 to address stormwater runoff, minimize the risk of sedimentation in aquatic and wetland habitats, and minimize changes to the hydrology of those habitats. Experts from the historic and environmental planning sections are available to answer any question. Staff recommends that the planning board adopt the recommendations and transmit them to the applicant. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Commissioners, questions for staff?
Questions? I may have missed it. What type of soil is this? Do we know?
Ms. Walker, do you know?
For the record, hi everybody. For the record, this is Mark Juba with Environmental Planning Section. There's a few soils that are on the site. Some of them are in the Doden and Mar-Doden series, and I do believe also the Udorthan series. There's some of the soils here are ranked as being, farmland soils. Not all of them, but some of them are. And they're listed in the report. I don't have it in front of me right now. Is there any questions specifically you have regarding any of the particular soils?
No, I was more interested in to see how much farmland is going to be used for these solar panels.
I do believe that a significant percentage of the panels themselves fell on the areas that were designated as prime farmland, but it wasn't completely covering all those prime farmland soils.
Okay, and the other question I have is for the driveway or to get there, was there any consideration? I don't know if it would be appropriate here to use a permers or some that would be permeable as opposed to asphalt or concrete.
I would have to defer that to the applicant for that, if they were considering that or not, for their stormwater management.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? I have one. You mentioned the historic sites, 3 historic sites that were within site range of this, and then there's a request for the archaeological survey. Can you just talk a little bit more about that, or maybe there's someone from historic preservation who could talk about that a bit, so I understand what are the sites, and is the archaeological dig, is that because of the proximity to the sites? We have Mr. Gross.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Tom Gross, Supervisor of Historic Preservation. So yes, as noted in the staff report, the project site is adjacent to 3 historic sites. So there's 2 sort of subjects that the HPC looked at. One was the visual impact on those 3 historic sites. The archaeology piece is a little bit different. It relates to the likelihood that staff assessed of there being potential historic and potentially prehistoric artifacts on the site, not necessarily related to those 3 designated sites, but just because similar sites have been identified, similar archaeological sites have been identified in the vicinity. For more information on that, I know we have Dr. Jennifer Stabler, our staff archaeologist who reviewed this, who might be able to provide a little bit more detail on that.
I wouldn't mind just a minute more of detail if she's available.
Sure. Jennifer, would you mind?
Sure. Good morning, Chair Shapiro and members of the Planning Board. Yeah, the historic sites, a lot of the owners of the historic sites in the vicinity did hold enslaved people on their plantations. So that's one of our concerns, that there could be remains of possible cabins that were related to the enslaved people on these properties. Also, there have been a number of prehistoric or Native American sites that have been found in the vicinity. Those are typically found near water, ready water sources, and the landforms here are areas that have high probability of containing prehistoric resources. So that's why we recommended the Phase 1 archaeological survey, to determine if any sites that we don't already know about might be affected by this application.
It's very helpful. I appreciate that. Thanks for the additional detail. Other questions? That's all I had on that. Any other questions, colleagues? If not, if there's no more questions for staff, we will turn to the applicant, Mr. Rivera. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good morning. As we swing into the end of the year here. Appreciate, first of all, Ms. Walker and Bobby Ray's review of this application. We were here before the board last month, in October rather, on an Accokeek site, which had similar characteristics. Just to address some of the points that were made already, because I know Mr. Giraldo and Ms. Bailey were concerned about the dual use and the prime farmland use. And we are evaluating and incorporating those concerns into our project as we move forward through permit phases subsequent to this hearing. So we're keenly aware that that is a huge issue. There are some soils. The good news is we have a lot of tree save on the property, so that won't affect that. But we are evaluating that those issues with the dual use pollinator and some other options. My client, John Marco Sanchez, is here, and he can get into that in a little bit. Another point we just discussed, and we can get into the soils as well. Perhaps Pete Mellitz, my civil engineer, can explain what they are. But we are in accord with the mandatory referral guidelines as to dual use. The historic sites, we do have 3 of them around us. And Mr. Queen is here represented by Ms. Scudder, so I'll address her comments after she makes her presentation. But in the site plan we have provided, we have on page 2 of the actual site plan, at the top, there's 3 landscape manual requirements, 4.6, 4.7, I think 4.9, because Old Crane Highway is a scenic road, and there's extensive existing vegetation, which really helps with that. Also, we're going to supplement that with additional plantings. Likewise, we have sustainable environmental plantings. And thirdly, against the southern side of the site where the Queen property is, Bleak Hill, I believe, we have a landscape manual historic buffer, which is a combination of fencing and vegetation. We're looking at working with Mr. Queen to establish perhaps more augmented fencing and or vegetation prior to any building permit or grading permit, so that we can make it better for both sides, if you will, so that we can help buffer him from us and vice versa, so we don't have any adverse impacts. We did provide at the Historic Preservation Commission hearing sight lines taken from our site towards every of the 3 historic sites. Most of them you can't see the actual house, so therefore they can't see us in reverse, if you will. But we did provide that information in the record, and we'll use that as we go through the process of augmenting our fencing and vegetation as we go through the development process that's subsequent to this. Couple more things. On page 13 of the staff report, there was it starts the compliance with the general plan, master plan, and so forth. And one of those is meeting the requirements for clean energy, encouraging that, this is obviously it is. So we meet all those goals and guidelines for the general plan and master plan. Although it is zoned agricultural, the zoning ordinance does permit solar arrays as a by right use, assuming you go through the mandatory referral process. Page 17 of the report is actually what is required of the applicant to do: tree conservation plan, stormwater management plan, electrical permit, fence permit, etc. So those are what's actually required as we move forward with the other review agencies, and we'll certainly to incorporate the recommendations that Ms. Walker prepared in her report as we move forward. So, and then there was one more thing. I think that was it. And at this point, there was another note I had. Oh, Mr. Giraldo mentioned the use of perhaps permeable paving. I'll have to defer to the applicant and Mr. Melitz, our civil, because we have to conform with the fire department requirements for access and maintenance, our own maintenance and access for fire vehicles in the case of an emergency. So we have to make sure that those types of pavement types would support a truck, if you will, and our maintenance vehicles, but I'll let my team address that. So with that, we appreciate Ms. Walker's report. We're incorporating those guidelines into our further processes. And perhaps Mr. Sanchez can address the board. You met him last month, and he can go over more detail about the dual use, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to hear from Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Melitz as well to address some of the questions from my colleagues.
Okay.
Sure. Do I need to be sworn in before I continue?
No, sir. Not an evidentiary hearing. You don't need to be sworn in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, thank you to the board. My name is John Sanchez, and I'm here representing the applicant Soltage. Soltage itself is an independent power producer and a leader in developing, financing, and operating distributed scale solar and battery storage projects across the U.S. We were founded in 2006 and have been around for 18 years now. We've built over 125 clean energy projects across the country, and our current development footprint in Maryland includes projects in Wacomico County, Caroline, Somerset, Frederick, Dorchester County, and now Prince George's County. We're here to address the board and present our latest project, which is the Prince George's Old Crane Solar One project, which will participate in the Maryland Community Solar Pilot Program. For those of you that don't know about the program, the projects that in this program will deliver guaranteed electric bill savings to the residents of Prince George's County and to Pepco customers without altering their existing electric service. Speaking a little bit about the savings in year one of operation alone, we estimate the project to save subscribers approximately $50,000 with over $3 million in electric bill savings over the life of the project. And any Pepco customer is eligible to sign on to the facility to receive that energy. It is an opt-in measure. And then in addition to the electric savings, and very relevant to the budget and the fiscal year conversation that was happening earlier, we estimate the project will generate over $60,000 in local tax revenue in year one, and over $800,000 over the project's life, assuming static tax rates. So apart from those savings, we do believe that the project will not only contribute to the county and the state's sustainable energy goals, but also provide economic and environmental benefits to the community. So that's kind of my short background about what the project really is doing in terms of electric generation. In terms of the dual use aspect and questions, we are incorporating right now the mandatory referral guidelines regarding dual use using an herbaceous ground cover, and we did expect to receive the same comments we did on the Accokeek project regarding going maybe above and beyond on additional dual use concepts, which we're currently in conversations with on our engineering team to see how we can really incorporate them in a way that maintains the project soundness on our end. Regarding the actual gravel drive and permeable materials, I'll have to defer to Pete. I do believe we're using compacted gravel at this time, but our civil engineer, Pete Mellitz, can describe that a little bit more.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Mellitz?
Good morning. For the record, Pete Mellitz, civil engineer with Century Engineering. With respect to this particular drive that we're speaking of, the driveway entrance as well as the drive within the facility, it was shown on when the site plan was projected. That is a gravel drive. That gravel drive is required to be able to sustain fire apparatus all the way to to where we locate the electrical equipment to serve this facility. So it will not be concrete and it will not be asphalt as referenced, but it would be a gravel roadway. Similar to all the gravel roadways that you see throughout all the agricultural locations in this immediate area.
So it's permeable.
That's what I want to know. Yeah.
It is permeable from the standpoint of the layperson. With respect to MDE and engineering, gravel is considered to be impervious because it's always anticipated in the future that it could be paved. So with respect to stormwater management, a gravel driveway is considered impervious. But again, we're splitting hairs and getting into the technicalities of stormwater design. But I just wanted to be, condition that response.
Thank you. So what you're saying is the reason it's considered impervious because the thought is at some point it'll be paved over.
No, it could be. About 15, 20 years ago when the stormwater management laws came into fruition, the MDE realized that a lot of people would identify gravel, and then somewhere down the road it could get paved. So, but that's not anticipated for this particular site. in any way. This is more for like a residence. They found it primarily in residential housing when they were getting around the original stormwater management requirements years ago.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's good.
Sure.
Good education. That was helpful. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant or members of the applicant's team?
The only one I have is are we just, we're going to do herbaceous plants, but nothing other than that? Mr. Rivera, if you know.
I'll have to defer to Mr. Sanchez on that, but we are in conformance with the solar energy system guidelines for dual use as published in your mandatory referral book.
Well, I know that's the mandatory. I understand that, but whether have consideration to do more than just herbaceous plants.
Sure.
The staff recommends, perhaps goats, beehives, etc.
Yes, Planning Board Member Hidalgo, thank you for bringing that up. As you mentioned, we are currently proposing a pollinator herbaceous ground cover, and we did anticipate, based on your comments on our previous application, that you would suggest the same to go above and beyond here. We are in conversation with our engineering team on how we may be able to do that, but I don't have any specific recommendation or decision at this time.
Okay, I would just encourage you, especially with prime farmland. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sanchez, I think we speak for all of us. We appreciate the work that you do and the positive impact that it has in many ways. And I just would love to figure out a way that we can provide support to you in collaboration, convening, education, something so that we can sort of beef up the dual use so it's not just the minimum requirements, even if it's not the state requirement. It's something that we're all passionate about. We don't have a lot of say over it, but anything that we can do to support and encourage, we're willing to do.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We do have one person signed up to speak in opposition. Ms. Scudder, I see you are on the line. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Shapiro, and members of the Planning Board and staff. For the record, Tracy Scudder representing Mr. Jack Queen, who is the neighboring property owner that lives right next door to the south of the property where the solar arrays would be placed. I hate to be across from my colleague and friend, Mr. Rivera, but we've had a chance to talk a little bit, and Mr. Queen is a neighboring property owner who has some reasonable concerns. He's also a lifelong resident of this very historic area, and he has obviously enjoyed living next to a very large open field for many, many years, and is a bit anxious over the idea of hundreds of solar panels taking over this open field that his beautiful yard opens up to. Generally speaking, my client is not opposed to solar farms, but he does feel very strongly that the proposed location for this solar farm is not an appropriate location. The proposal is in a historic area that is significant largely due to the visibility of the architectural merit of many of the houses that characterize the area. Many of the major architectural housing styles from the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries were built in this area of the county. Mr. Queen did have an opportunity to participate in the recent HPC meeting on November 24th and shared his concerns and comments with HPC. Mr. Queen did agree with many of the findings made by the HPC, although the commission ultimately made a recommendation of approval with conditions. But I would just like to point out some of the findings made by the HPC, that this proposal to place solar arrays in such an area would compromise the Woodland Historic District's integrity and potential eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places, that the subject property is not just near historic sites, it is adjacent to both the historic site known as Bleak Hill and also Bowling Heights, and another county historic site that is also on the National Register of Historic Places and adjacent to Gregor Hall. There are 4 other important historic buildings in this area that were built by prominent figures of the past, and others built by freedmen immediately after the Civil War. And so the findings were that, these solar array panels could impact the view sheds of some of these historic sites. And the staff report from HPC was replete with examples of, the significant resources in this area, such as I mentioned a moment ago, houses that were constructed in the 1800s that are rare examples of Reconstruction era dwellings built by either prominent carpenters and builder families of the day and by newly freed African Americans of that time. So this is a historic area that has more than 300 years of history, and it's bound together by agricultural land that is intimately tied to the overall cohesiveness of the area and identifiable by the historic houses in the area. Mr. Queen does understand the authority of the planning board at this time, but he wants this board to know that he has received promises and assurances from the landowner, who is his neighbor and friend, that extra attention will be paid to that southern property line. He's been promised additional buffering, and he's received assurances that the visual impact to his property will be minimized as much as possible. So in closing, again, Mr. Queen just wanted his comments and concerns to be made a part of the record today. And we really just had 2 requests, and one Mr. Rivera already has addressed. We just wanted the applicant to speak to their intentions regarding the southern property line, because we have reviewed the site plan and we see the gravel road and we see the utility area, but we only see a 17-foot landscape buffer. So that's why we just wanted to hear from the applicant regarding their intentions. And secondly, we note that the staff is recommending condition 5, which states, to the maximum extent feasible, landscape buffering and or required afforestation should be located in areas of the project site that will minimize the visual impact of the proposed solar array on the adjacent historic sites and the scenic and historic roadway. Mr. Queen is simply asking that his property be given the same consideration and that the planning board make the same recommendation regarding his property, and ask that the applicant also try to minimize the visual impact of the solar arrays with respect to his property to the south. So that completes my presentation, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Scudder. Just a quick question based on Ms. Scudder's comment. This question for Mr. Rivera or perhaps for staff. My understanding from your presentation to us and responses to our questions is that you were offering the kind of buffering that Ms. Scudder, Mr. Queen is looking at. Am I misunderstanding that, Mr. Rivera?
No, we spoke to Mr. Queen back in May, and we've been talking to him ever since, and then recently with Ms. Scudder, and we are evaluating with Pete Mellitz, our civil, where in fact we can augment that buffer. So we can use a combination of perhaps site type fence. It is black non-reflective, and there could be a row of fencing that would augment that, as well as perhaps taller vegetation, because it is close, but that end of the site is where the open area just happened to be. And if you look at the aerial, I don't know if there was an aerial at the slide deck, over half of the property that we have that adjoins Mr. Queen's property is already wooded, and we're going to leave it that way. Yeah, so at the very bottom, you see that sort of triangle on the left, butting Crane Highway. That is all going to remain as existing woodland. And you can see where the clear area is that's where we're concentrating our solar arrays. So it wasn't by design to get close to him. It was trying to respect the environmental features, which are the existing woodlands. And there's 3 stands of them, if you will. and the wetlands that exist on the site. So we avoided all those, but unfortunately it is a little closer to him, but we are working with him, are going to work with him as well, through the landowner that we lease from. We lease from that landowner, so we have to get their permission to work on augmenting this, but we will certainly do that as we proceed through TCP, landscape manual, grading permit, etc.
Yeah, one more thing to add there, just a clarification. I believe the vegetative buffer is not actually 17 feet there, it's actually 30. It is a little hard to see on that site plan, but I think that's correct, and Pete Miles can attest to that. We, in regards to our intentions, we are here to be collaborative and take, Mr. Queen's recommendations into account. We are flexible as to, additional supplemented screenings and the stuff that, we're considering and talking seriously about right now. But just wanted to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that I believe it's a 30-foot vegetative buffer with evergreen trees and shrubs that's being proposed, and not a 17-foot buffer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, just for Pete Mellitz, just for clarification, the 17-foot setback that's noted, that's actually a building restriction setback. We are providing, as noted, 30 feet. Along Old Crane, the building setback is 50 feet, which is noted on the plan. The side yards are 17 feet. Those are the building setbacks. And then along the highway to the rear is 35-foot setback. So I do acknowledge that the way it was noted on the drawing, there's a couple lines there and it could have been misconstrued. So, but just for the clarification, we are providing the 30-foot wide buffers, as Mr. Sanchez just noted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mellitz. All right, commissioners, thank you all very much. Commissioners, any other questions, thoughts, comments, reactions to this? Appreciate you all being, for the applicant, I appreciate you all being attentive and responsive to the concerns from the residents. If there's nothing further in this item, colleagues, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the recommendations of staff and approve the transmittal of MRF-2024-005 to the applicant.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. With no discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you all very much. Ms. Walker, thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and have a good holiday season.
Happy holidays.
All right, move on to item 6 in our agenda, Community Planning Division. This is Planning Assistance to Municipalities and Communities Program. Got a number of projects that they're going to be presenting to us. Mr. Sams, Mr. Klein, Mr. Satura. We have some folks who've signed up to speak on this actually as well. But let me turn to staff. We'll start there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Board. For the record, this is Dan Sams, and I'm with my colleague, Connor Klein, both of the Community Planning Division, Neighborhood Revitalization Section. Welcome to this presentation on the Planning Assistance to Municipalities and Communities Program. Today, we will provide an overview and update on 3 recently completed projects and present 4 new projects for fiscal year 2025 funding approval. Next slide, please. A long-standing program, PAMC, was reinvigorated in 2018 with annual funding by the County Council. Almost $2 million has been invested since then on 30 projects, many undertaken using consultant expertise. These short-term projects produce timely plans and studies for the subjects that municipalities, communities, and organizations are interested in most. Next slide, please. The variety of PAMC projects are capsulized here. PAMC funding is available to 26 municipalities, as well as unincorporated areas throughout the county represented by community groups, civic or business associations. The goal of the program is to help communities implement strategy recommendations from Plan 2035, approved master and sector plans, and other planning department studies. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, before you go on, go back to that previous slide. That's a great slide. I just want to say, and pardon me for a total aside, but I'm a puzzle fanatic. That would make a great puzzle as well. But that's all I have to say, and please keep going.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Since staff's presentation to the board in December of 2023, one project has been completed. The town of Berwyn Heights established a Quality of Life Commission in 2018 to address community concerns, particularly on pedestrian and bicyclist safety. This led to the creation of a Walkable Bikeable Berwyn Heights Task Force, which issued a report in February of 2020 with specific recommendations. The Berwyn Heights Pedestrian and Bicyclist Safety Improvement Action Plan, completed in August of this year, helps to prioritize investments that will improve safety and accessibility for pedestrians and bicyclists. It includes actions to improve safety in 4 key areas and a toolkit for treatments that can be implemented in additional locations. Next slide.
Moving on to funding request for fiscal year 25, staff received an amendment request to the Sustainable North Brentwood project approved for fiscal year 2024 funding, and which is currently underway. The request is specific to the flooding and stormwater hazard and risk management assessment portion of the project, which is identifying and categorizing all the resources with flooding and stormwater risk, identifying mitigation measures for each category, and proposing strategies to reduce or eliminate flooding and stormwater hazards in these towns. Although the scope was believed to be comprehensive, the consultant found that it did not account for storm drain adequacy, which they believe is crucial to complete the assessment. The change order would include the collection of storm drain information, an existing storm drain adequacy analysis, a conceptual proposed storm drain layout, and preparation and submission of a separate storm drain report. The additional cost is $36,550, and staff recommend releasing funds to undertake this project. Next slide, please. Thank you. To promote commerce and economic development, the City of Seat Pleasant has applied for an economic development analysis to build on the 2019 PAMC project for Maryland 704 streetscape enhancements, which made recommendations to better accommodate improved safety and mobility for pedestrians and bicyclists in the available right-of-way. The objective of this proposed assessment is to analyze the current market and economic conditions of Seat Pleasant, a gateway community to and from the District of Columbia. The research will produce a detailed report outlining the city's capacity for economic growth and offer strategic recommendations for enhancing the community's economic prospects. This project will also build upon the findings of the Central Avenue Blue Silver Line Sector Plan's existing conditions report, incorporating those insights while tailoring strategies to meet the needs identified by city staff. The assessment will propose actionable strategies for the municipality to foster sustainable, quality economic development. The focus areas identified for this project are the properties on either side of Maryland 704, which is Martin Luther King Jr. Highway, from 69th Place to the District of Columbia border. The proposed project cost is $55,441, and staff recommend releasing funds to undertake the project. I know that Catherine Rhoda from the City of Seat Pleasant wished to be here today, but she's not able to be here and speak on this project, unfortunately. Next slide, please. Thank you. A recommendation from the 2021 Accokeek Heritage Tourism Study. This proposed Accokeek Gateway Plan, applied for by the Greater Accokeek Civic Association, or GACA, would focus on Maryland 210 and Maryland 373 as gateways to Accokeek, an opportunity to communicate to visitors that they have arrived at a special place and that their presence is welcome. The project will determine how to help 2 major roadways unify rather than divide the Accokeek community, improve maintenance and aesthetics on these roadways, especially in terms of pedestrian safety, identify the concerns of businesses, property owners, and service providers along the corridors, improve community awareness and confidence in a livable community that is ready to sustainably share its heritage and environmental resources. The proposed project cost is $79,990, and staff recommend releasing funds to undertake the project. And I believe Judy Allen Liebenthal from GACA is here to speak in support of their application.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Want to do that now, Mr. Sams?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sams, do you want to do that now or wait till the end of your presentation? I'm fine either way.
I think, Judy, perhaps you'd like to speak now?
I'm fine with that.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. If we can hear you and see you.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Well, thank you. And good morning. And thank you for the opportunity to speak and support the project. I don't know, for the record, I'm Judy Allen Leventhal, as Dan has just said, and I'm a board member of the Greater Accokeek Civic Association. I first wanted to emphasize the value of this program. For those of us who are not in incorporated municipalities, this is a plug for MNC PPC doing this because really it's invaluable to communities like ours. So emphasizing that, and I didn't realize that Dan was going to be in part of this, so some of what I had to say has already been said. What we hope this will do will turn what's been for such a long time seen as obstacles and challenges into opportunities, because we feel like the mitigation that you would allow through your program and the experts that will help us can bring together all these stakeholders that are so diverse. And for example, MDOT and DPWT, the political people from both state and county, and the property owners, the citizens, the nonprofits in the area. So we can turn this into a real place that is a place. At this point, we don't even have a sign that says Accokeek. So this would enable us to really become, like, as the initial recommendation that came out of the Heritage Tourism Study said, it would be not a divider, but a gateway, and would be letting people know that they have arrived at a special place and that their presence is welcome. So we are so much looking forward to this. And again, our sincere thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the kind words, and thank you for all your work as always.
Thanks.
Thanks, Judy. Next slide, please.
The City of New Carrollton has applied for an active transportation connectivity study. Several 2009 approved countywide master plan of transportation plan bike facilities cross through and border the municipality, but they only offer indirect routes from connecting places within and outside the city. For example, planned shared use roadways and side paths from the metro station double back on themselves before reaching the city's northern border. Currently, the only trail is the well-used 0.64 mile recreational loop at Westfield. New Carrollton is a multimodal transportation hub with access to Metro, MARC, Amtrak, and the future Purple Line. An improved bikeway system would, in theory, allow people to travel from New Carrollton to almost any destination within the continental United States car-free. The proposed study would evaluate and diagnose pedestrian and bicyclist facility deficits and propose a system of intra-city bikeways, sidewalks, and natural surface trails, providing sustainable, safe, and equitable transportation options and recreational opportunities within the municipal boundary. Proposed bikeways would connect with MPOT planned bikeways, especially where they connect extra municipal destinations such as the New Carrollton metro stations. The study would grow from the recommendations in the recently published New Carrollton Downtown Access and Connectivity Study. The proposed project cost is $80,549, and staff recommend releasing funds to undertake this project. Thank you, and next slide, please. The final proposed project is in collaboration with Fort Washington Forward Incorporated, which is a nonprofit organization that has applied for funding for a branding and wayfinding plan. Formed in December of 2021, Fort Washington Forward's mission is to, 1, attract smart and holistic investment to the Fort Washington community that accentuates retail, the environment, and parks and recreation, and 2, to enhance social connectivity and sustainability. The branding element will use community engagement to identify significant cultural, historic, and natural resources, define a Fort Washington boundary, and establish a Fort Washington brand to capture a shared identity and project a positive message by which the community can be known and recognized by residents, visitors, homebuyers, and businesses and their customers. The wayfinding element will inventory existing amenity signage and signage conditions, and using the branding components developed, establish what future signage would look like and where the signage should be located to highlight the region's amenities and identify the location as Fort Washington. The proposed project cost is $58,841, and staff recommend releasing funds to undertake the project. I believe Henrietta Zurikanova is here, as well as Robin Waller from Fort Washington Forward, to speak on behalf of the project.
Thank you. If you both want to come on, we'd love to hear from you.
Hello, good morning.
My name is Henrietta Turikaninova. I'm a resident.
Wait, Miss Henrietta, you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Is this better?
Yes. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I would like to say that Fort Washington is the most beautiful place to live, surrounded by water and nature with 2 national parks, 2 marinas, trails, golf course, and more, rich in history, and also geographical importance to DC is undeniable. However, not many people know about its identity. Entering Fort Washington, you don't even know you're in Fort Washington. There is no sign marking the beginning or the end. There are not many signs which are highly visible marking important sites. Fort Washington and its businesses would benefit from more visitors to the area. We have so much to offer. Also, 210 divides Fort Washington, and many residents don't even know if they belong to the Fort Washington community. Feeling of not belonging is a serious issue. Fort Washington will be a stronger and healthier community with an established identity. We believe the branding and wayfinding project is an essential and very important step towards a strong Fort Washington community. We strongly support approval of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have Ms. Waller as well?
Hi, yes.
Good morning. If you could introduce yourself to the record, and the floor is yours.
Sure. My name is Robin Waller, and I'm currently the Vice President of Fort Washington Forward. I'd like to thank the Planning Board for the opportunity to make a brief comment in support of the branding and wayfinding study in Fort Washington. Not only is this overall project going to support Prince George's County, but we believe the United States as a whole. I support this project because many people driving through by or even stopping in Fort Washington are not aware of the rich history of Fort Washington, Maryland, Prince George's County. This area still has a very strong character that lingers from the beginning, 16 and 1800s. Many have heard of Fort Washington Park, which was the first lookout for the British in 1812, but have never been there. Many people are aware of Harmony Hall Center, but few know of the history of the home that sits next door. Note that it's now owned by the National Park Service, and they have devised a 5-year plan for that. There are even fewer people who are aware of the innovative work of the history of enslaved people who worked in the area. Placing signage to identify Fort Washington, Maryland as a national treasure in Prince George's County will not only contribute to the cohesiveness of Fort Washington, but also the knowledge that we can give the American people about the foundation that Prince George's County has played in the United States of America. We look forward to the board's support on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank both of you for coming forward and speaking on this. Mr. Sams, other things you have?
Next slide, please, Mr. Chairman.
Next slide. There we go.
In summary, staff recommend releasing funds within the PMC budget to amend 1 project and conduct 4 new projects for fiscal year 2025. Next slide, and that is the conclusion of our presentation.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. Commissioners, questions for staff or any of the folks who spoke from the community?
No, just all great projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's inspiring. It really is. Nice work, all. Really nice work. And, you know, one of the things I like is you can really see the way for these projects about how they can have a catalytic impact, not just for that community, but for the county. And I really appreciate the focus on that. I think that makes a huge difference. Can I ask you a technical question? I may have asked you this before, but when you have your criteria for ranking, for rating, determining who's going to get funding or not, remind me, is there a question, is there anything that speaks to what the catalytic impact might be? You know, what else it could inspire or incentivize?
Yes, the guidelines approved by the planning board account for that, saying how it will spur on other projects or what its impact will be in the county and the community.
Okay,
So
good. I'll just keep. I know we've been highlighting that. If you just sort of keep highlighting that, and we can help, encourage more people to bring those kinds of projects to us. And these projects seem to fit that bill, so I really appreciate that. So if commissioners have no other questions, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the release of funds within the PAMC budget to fund the projects that just presented.
I'd like a second, and also, okay. That's okay.
So we have a second and under discussion, Ms. Bailey?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I meant to say this earlier, that all of these projects will certainly be an asset to the, not just their particular communities, but throughout the county. And it was just very impressive to listen to the individuals talk about their particular projects. And so I certainly supported wholeheartedly.
Thank you. I would associate myself with those remarks. We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. With no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Nice work, team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have one more quick item, and then let's take a break. The next item is item 7 on our agenda. This is a specific design plan, SDP 0610-87 Oak Creek Club. This is an evidentiary hearing, but I don't think we have anyone who signed up to speak. Mr. Cofield will give the staff presentation. I don't even think we have a representative from the applicant. This should be a relatively quick item. Mr. Cofield, turn to you.
Good morning. Quick sound check.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Great. Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I am Dexter Cofield with the Urban Design Section. Item 7, SDP 0610-87 for Oak Creek Club, Lot 4, Block A, right porch. Request for approval of a homeowner's minor amendment to construct a 20-foot by 12-foot covered porch with connected 12-foot by 8-foot deck at the rear of the existing dwelling. This application has been reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the prior zoning ordinance. Technical correction on the technical staff report. The noted council district should read Council District 6. Due to the configuration of the lot, the proposed covered porch and connected deck will encroach 4 feet into the rear setback. Therefore, the applicant is seeking relief from the required 20-foot rear setback. Based on the findings represented in the technical staff report, staff recommends that the Planning Board approve SDP 0610-87 for Oak Creek Club, Lot 4, Block A, right porch. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cofield. We do not have anyone from the applicant's team, I believe. And though this is a public hearing, we don't have anyone who has signed up to speak. So I will close this public hearing if there's no questions for staff. Mr. Cofield, this was the first time you presented before us?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got, first of all, nice job, but you certainly got a light lift on this one, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, no opportunity for hazing.
Thank God.
So if there's no other questions or comments and there's no deliberation, commissioners, what's your pleasure in this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff to include the technical correction as read into the record by staff and approve homeowner minor amendment SDP 0610-H7.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey with no discussion. I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Cofield. Well done. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Our next item is item 8 on the agenda. I would like to take a break before we dive into item 8. Commissioners, the time is 12 o'clock. Let me ask for a sense of a consensus here. How much of a break do you think we need? What do you all want? I'm flexible. Short or long?
Short.
Short?
Short.
All right.
Now, it's got to be long enough for Miss Washington to.
All right, let's
make sure she eats. Okay.
How about 15 minutes?
It's hungry.
I did not hear. For how long? 15?
15 minutes, will that do?
Okay.
That'll work.
All right, it's 12:04. Let's reconvene at 12:20. and we'll pick up on item 8.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Related to X, which is, they have like 15 pages. Which is rejected. Kumar should reevaluate the scope.
Hello, quick sound check.
Yep. Sound check. I don't know who's talking, but I can hear you.
Yeah, this is Jason with Subdivision.
Oh, hey, Jason.
Hi.
I can hear you, but I can't see you. There's Jason. Okay, we are back from a brief recess. Let's give ourselves another minute to gather. All right, we are all back. Staff are recording, I assume.
Yes, we are recording and ready to go.
Okay, thank you. We're back from brief recess. We're on item 8 on our agenda. This is preliminary plan of subdivision 4-23041, Redeemed Christian Church of God. That's just a note, this case was continued from the planning board meeting of November 14, 2024. Mr. Jackson will be representing the applicant. We have Mr. Bartlett will be giving a staff presentation. We have a number of folks who signed up to speak. This is a hearing. So a couple things. One is all those who are going to be speaking need to be sworn in. Since we have a number of folks, I'll probably do that up front. Let me ask everyone who's planning to speak to come online. I don't have to see you, but it's easier if I do. Morning, Mr. Minor. We have other folks who are planning on speaking. I see folks coming on in. Okay, another few seconds for folks to gather. And as we go along, I will certainly confirm with folks who are speaking if they've been sworn in or not, and we can certainly swear folks in at that time. So all those who are online right now, either with camera or not, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Under oath when it's time for speaking. Thank you all. In terms of our process, because we have a number of folks who signed up to speak, we do allow for the opportunity for cross-examination of witnesses. So after somebody gives testimony, including staff members or members of the applicant's team, the opposition will have an opportunity to cross-examine that person, which is essentially an opportunity to ask questions about something specific that you just heard in testimony. Because without saying that that's not to be done in any kind of a hostile or argumentative way, it's simply to gather information, ask clarifying questions about what you heard in that testimony. Because we have a number of folks who signed up to speak, if you all are looking to cross-examine any of the witnesses, I would ask that you all pick somebody who will be managing that process, who will be doing the cross-examination, because it's not appropriate for us to have 10, 12 people doing cross. So we'll see how it plays out, but I may put some guardrails on it along those lines, depending on how we go. If there is cross, there's not always cross-examination, but you may have questions. Those are all the process issues. In terms of the sequence, we'll hear from staff first, Mr. Bartlett. See if commissioners have any questions for Mr. Bartlett. Then we'll hear, and again, there's opportunity for cross. We'll hear from Mr. Jackson, representing the applicant, and his presentation. And then we will turn to the speakers list and any opposition. And then the applicant will have there is a chance for rebuttal and close by the applicant. The opposition will have a final word, but the applicant will get the final word, and that's how we'll run through the process. So with all that, I'll turn to staff. First, Mr. Bartlett, good morning, good afternoon to you, sir. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, I am Jason Bartlett with the subdivision section. Item number 8 on the agenda is the preliminary plan of subdivision for Redeemed Christian Church of God, Victory Temple, case number 4-23041. This case was continued from the planning board hearing held on November 14th to today. The subject project proposes 8 lots and 2 parcels for development of 8 single-family detached dwelling units and 117,355 square feet of institutional development. The application is further subject to an approved certificate of adequacy under case number 80Q-2023-071. As a matter of housekeeping, there are 15 exhibits in the additional backup for this case, which are inclusive of information submitted before the noon deadlines on November 12th and December 3rd, 2024 as follows. Government Exhibit 1 is a letter from the City of Bowie recommending disapproval of the preliminary plan, citing an issue with access to the proposed extension of Dew Drive, which will be discussed further in this presentation. Applicants' Exhibits 1 through 6 include the continuance request to today's planning board hearing. The applicants requested revisions to the findings and conditions recommended in the technical staff report, and 4 exhibits depicting alternative entrances to the residential portion of the development in response to the City of Bowie's recommendation of disapproval, which the applicant will speak to. Opponents' Exhibits 1 through 8 express various citizen concerns with the residential development associated with the extension of Dew Drive, as well as concerns with the institutional portion of the development. As you will note from the aerial map being shown, the site is located in the southeast quadrant of the intersection of Mount Oak Road and Church Road. Next slide, please. The site's general location is in the central part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 74A and Council District 4. Next slide, please. The site vicinity map provides a broader view of the specific site location. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site is in the residential estate or RE zone. Land to the north, east, and south of the property are also in the RE zone, while land to the west is in the agricultural, residential, or AR zone. The current zoning notwithstanding, this application was submitted for review under the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, and therefore the application was reviewed according to the standards of the prior version of the residential estate zone in which the property was located prior to April 1 of 2022. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the site has hilly topography. The site will be graded to make way for the proposed development, except where on-site woodlands and specimen trees are proposed to be preserved. The site map also shows that the site is generally surrounded by single-family detached dwellings to the north and southeast. South of the site is the Mulligan's Delight Historic Site, while lands to the west of the site are generally wooded. There is also an existing church located opposite the site at the northeast quadrant of the intersection of Mount Oak Road and Church Road. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows that the site has frontage on Mount Oak Road, a master plan arterial road, and on Church Road, a master plan collector road. Appropriate right-of-way dedication for both roadways are shown on the preliminary plan. In addition, the preliminary plan shows a proposal to vacate some of the existing right-of-way of Mount Oak Road, where it is currently wider than required. This right-of-way vacation will require the filing of a vacation petition prior to approval of a final plat. Next slide, please. Though not a master plan roadway, the municipal boundary map shows Dew Drive, a local street within the city of Bowie, abutting the southeast boundary of the site, which is proposed to be extended into the site to provide access and frontage for the new residential lots proposed with this preliminary plan. The existing portion of Dew Drive, which stubs at the subject property's boundary line, is part of approved PPS 4-8266 titled Franklin property, which was platted as Tall Oaks Estates and later approved under DSP-99024-01 as Woodmore Estates. Next slide, please. The preliminary plan shows 8 lots and 2 parcels outlined in red. Existing and proposed public right-of-ways are shown in blue, and proposed access points to the property are shown by the black and white arrows. The western parcel, Parcel 1, is proposed for institutional development to be accessed from Church Road and Mount Oak Road. The applicant has requested a variation to Section 24-121A3 of the subdivision regulations to allow direct vehicular access to Mount Oak Road and arterial roadway for access to Parcel 1. The access points that would need this variation in order to be permitted are shown by white arrows. Staff recommend approval of this variation request as discussed in the transportation finding of the technical staff report. The 8 single-family detached lots are proposed to be oriented toward and access from a proposed extension of Dew Drive. Parcel A, east of the residential lots, is proposed for the stormwater management and to be conveyed to homeowners association for the residential lots. The Dew Drive extension is proposed to be continued into the property and in a cul-de-sac, and as such will only be accessed from within the city of Bowie. However, since the extension is not within the city itself, it would not be a city street. The city submitted a letter recommending disapproval of the preliminary plan based on this issue previously noted as Government's Exhibit 1. The letter expressed the council's position that alternative access should be provided to the single-family lots, and that if no alternative access is feasible, appropriate discussions are needed regarding the maintenance of the Dew Drive extension. It is noted the feasibility and impacts of alternative access for the residential development, including those submitted in applicants' exhibits 1 through 6, have not been evaluated as a part of this preliminary plan review. Accordingly, the staff report includes a recommendation that would require the applicant to receive approval from the city of Bowie and Prince George's County for the extension of Dew Drive, or plat the residential area of this preliminary plan as an out parcel. If platted as an out parcel, or should the applicant choose to redesign the layout of the residential area for alternative feasible access, a new preliminary plan of subdivision for that area would be required. At that time, the proposed residential development and alternative access would be evaluated. Members of the local community, including the Woodmore Homeowners Association, have expressed concerns regarding the residential and institutional components of the proposed development as contained in opponents' exhibits 1 through 8. These concerns include, but are not limited to, increased and unwanted traffic, decreased property values, the use of the property for a church, the location of the stormwater management facility, increased noise, the clearing of woodland and wildlife habitats, the approval of variations and variances, and the extension of Dewdry to serve the proposed residential development. Staff notes that the traffic adequacy was evaluated and approved pursuant to the required criteria under a certificate of adequacy, in this case, approved certificate of adequacy ADQ-2023-071. In addition, the uses evaluated in this preliminary plan are permitted in the RE zone. However, it should be noted that specific uses are not approved or determined with a preliminary plan of subdivision, but rather the zoning of the property establishes the uses which are permitted. Next slide, please. This application is subject to the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, and a Type 1 tree conservation plan was submitted with this application. As previously mentioned, opponents' exhibits include concerns with the clearing of woodland and wildlife habitats and the stormwater management facility on Parcel A in the northwest corner of the site, which is better shown on this slide. Per the approved natural resource inventory plan that accompanied the TCP1 application, the site currently contains 3.4 acres of existing woodland. The clearing of existing woodland were evaluated by staff for conformance with the county woodland conservation ordinance and are addressed in detail in the environmental findings of the technical staff report. Environmental planning staff are also available to answer any additional questions. In summary, however, the TCP1 proposes 6.63 acres of woodland credits to be met on site. This is an approximate 51% increase in the number of trees currently on site, with 1.56 acres to be obtained off-site to meet the total 8.19 acres of woodland conservation requirement. It should be further noted that per a December 3, 2021 letter from the Maryland Department of Natural Resource Natural Heritage Program, there are no official state or federal records of rare, threatened, or endangered plant or animal species within the project area. The site further does not include forest interior dwelling species habitat. This slide also shows that there is no primary management area on site, and a request for a variance from section 25-122B1G was submitted with this application for the removal of 4 specimen trees. These trees are depicted on the slide in black circles with orange X's. Staff is recommending approval of this variance as discussed in the environmental finding of the technical staff report. It was additionally noted in the opponent's exhibits that the stormwater management concept plan has not been approved. However, in accordance with section 24-120A8 of the prior subdivision regulations, titled Documents Required for Major Subdivisions, an approved stormwater management concept plan is not required, only an indication that an application for such approval has been filed with the appropriate agency or municipality, which the applicant did provide under Stormwater Management Concept Plan Application Number 32054-2024-SDC. It should be further noted that though the Stormwater Management Concept Plan is currently under review with Prince George's County, the county expressed no major issues with the application at the Subdivision Development Review Committee meeting that was held on July 19, 2024. Next slide, please. It is noted that a historic site is located south of the subject property, as shown on the tree conservation plan and this exhibit. This slide shows that sufficient space exists for meeting the minimum buffer requirements from a historic site, and the project will be subject to meeting these requirements prior to the approval of permitting. It should be further noted that the Historic Preservation Commission, or HPC, reviewed the subject application at its October 15, 2024 meeting and voted 6-0 to recommend approval to the planning board with no conditions. Next slide, please. In conclusion, subdivision staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and approve PPS 4-23041, Redeemed Christian Church of God, Victory Temple, Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan, TCP 1-022-2024, a variation from section 24-121A3, and a variance from section 25-122B1G, subject to the conditions contained in the technical staff report and as modified by applicant's Exhibit 2, which staff is in agreement with. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Appreciate that. Commissioners, at this point, do we have any questions for staff? No questions now. We'll always come back as we hear more. Let us go to the applicant, Mr. Jackson. If you want to take this on, and members of your team that you feel is appropriate, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Paul Daxton from the law offices of Shipley and Horn on behalf of the applicant, Redeemed Christian Church of God, Victory Temple. The church is represented today by its founding pastor, Pastor Baya Adeyu. Also with me today is the applicant team, existing of Barry Kaysen and Kevin Garvey from Atwell Engineering. Our travel consultants, Osborne George from OR George and Associates, and also with me is Andrew Shelley and Mr. Horn from Shipley and Horn. I want to thank staff for their time and attention to this application. Mr. Bartlett, you've been great. Thank you for responding to the emails and your comments, always under the guidance and leadership of Sherry Connor. Just want to thank you both. This entitlement process for the applicant, it's been a long journey. We could say it began in 2017, and here we are today in 2024. But if the board will indulge me just a little bit about the church, Pastor Bayou, he founded the church in 1996 in Laurel, Maryland. In 2000, the church purchased the property in Bowie off of Old Annapolis Road, which is actually located within the city of Bowie city limits. And then since opening in Bowie in 2000, in the early 2000s, and thankfully, the church has grown rapidly from about 500 members to about 2,000 members. So that's great on the church's part and Pastor Bayou's. Unfortunately, the church on Old Annapolis Road has an occupancy limit of 500 people. So that began the dilemma for Pastor Bayou and the church. So they began searching for a property in the 2000s. They had a dilemma. Much of their members lived in the city of Bowie and in the Bowie surrounding areas, and they were looking for a church. In 2018, they purchased the property, which is the subject of this application, and this property is about 3 miles south of its current location. So that's a great thing. Thereafter purchasing the property in February 2018, they began the water and sewer category process in November 18. And that process, getting the water and sewer category change, actually took 3 years, from November 2018 to November 2021. So that's a little background on the church. What I do want to convey to this board is that the applicant has attempted to meet with and actually has met with the concerned citizens. Actually, in February 2019, the applicant attended 2 City of Bowie Council meetings, and at that time it was requested that the applicant meet with the concerned citizens and surrounding neighborhoods to include Woodmore Estates, Woodmore Highlands, Woodmore Preserves, and the Ashley subdivision. So mid-February 2019, there was a meeting. It was a quick turnaround meeting. 15 individuals attended, but there has been contact with the concerned citizens. This past, as Mr. Bartlett mentioned, December informational mailing went out to the required properties. In January, the president of the HOA for Woodmore Estates contacted me. We had email exchanges from January to March 11th regarding the application. I provided him with draft site plans that we were preparing to submit for the application. On March 11th, the president of the HOA, he told me that he no longer wanted to speak with myself and the applicant since we submitted the preliminary plan and subdivision application, and that they would be contacting Park and Planning directly. So since March 11th, there hasn't been any communication with the community based on the HOA's president's representation. But with that, we agree with staff's recommendation, and we ask that this board approve same. And we just reserve for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Commissioners, questions for the applicant at this point? No questions? Okay. Let us go to our speakers list. I'm going to run through the list just to see who we have here, and that'll help me figure out how to manage the time. So just to let me know that you're here. I see some of you already. Cynthia Harvell, you're there. I see you.
Yes.
Janelle Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Okay. William Quarles. Mr. Quarles. Anita Plummer.
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Plummer. Donna Clark. Keji Ogunleye.
I'm present. Donna Clark is present.
Oh, Donna Clark. Thanks, Ms. Clark. Keji Ogunleye. Louise Graham. Ms. Graham. Mr. Minard, I see you. Hailey Yancey. Is there Mr. or Ms. Yancey there? No. Sheila Scott Adebisi. And Michael Stewart. These are folks who signed up at the previous hearing but still carry over. Mr. Stewart?
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Amy Carter. And if somebody could mute, I hear some noise in the background.
Amy Carter is present.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Albert, James Albert. And James Collette, Mr. Collette. All right, did I miss anybody?
Yes.
You mean this is Jordan Gook.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear that. Say again, did I miss someone?
Yes, sir. George Oyegoke. I was signed up to speak.
And then,
my mistake. I just had more folks on my list. I just went to the wrong page. Apologies. Mr. Oyegoke, I do see you. Also a Karen Raphael. Nana Kwame. David Oni. And Derek Plummer. I see you, Mr. Plummer.
thank you, sir.
Yeah. Sorry about that. More papers than I thought I needed.
James
okay,
Albert's
so,
present. My
say
phone
again?
said it was muted, so James Albert is present. My phone was muted, so I don't think I have control over that.
Oh, Mr. Albert. Okay, I've got you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go through the list as I have it here, unless you all are organized in such a way where there's somebody who you want to go first or go last. I don't know if I'm randomly picking somebody, but Ms. Plummer, you're the president of the Civic Association, Homeowner Association, is that right?
No, I'm not. George is. You just spoke.
George is. I'm sorry, Ms. Plummer. Mr. Oyegoke is?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to go first or last? Do you have a preference around this? I'm going to turn to the city of Bowie first, but after that, I don't know how you're organized, or should I just go through the list and give each of you the opportunity to speak? I'm flexible either way.
Yeah, I can go last, sir. I can go last.
Okay, we'll do that then. I'm gonna, besides Mr. Minor, we defer to the representative of the city if they have more time they need. Other than that, I'm gonna ask everybody to take up to 3 minutes to speak. We'll put a clock up on the board in front of you so you can help manage the time with us. We'll start with Mr. Meinert. And as you come forward, if you could remind me that you've been sworn in. And if not, I can swear you all in at the time as appropriate. Feel free to speak to whatever you feel is important for you to speak to. You know what's before us with this preliminary plan. I would say it's not always helpful to be repetitive, but if you need to have something, if you need us to hear something in your voice, feel free. There's no restrictions around that. So, Mr. Minor, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Shapiro, and members of the Planning Board. I'm Joe Minert, the City of Bowie Planning Director, here on behalf of the City Council. You have our letter in your backup, which is Government Exhibit Number 1. The letter.
And you were sworn in, Mr. Minert, correct?
Yes, I was sworn in. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So you do have our letter. I wanted to point out that the city is very happy to support the staff recommendation today, particularly finding 14 of the staff report and condition 5A and 5F, which requires the applicant to come to the city and discuss the access and maintenance, whether it's going to be from due drive or otherwise. That will give the city council an opportunity to hear from the residents. Council did not read preliminary plan, so this will get you back before them. The applicant has tentatively agreed to attend a city council meeting on January 21st. So we would like to get into this issue as soon as possible to try to get a resolution. The letter from November 5th indicated the city's desire for this subdivision to have alternative access directly from Mount Oak Road. And so that remains our priority. But as proposed in condition 5, I think this opens the door to further discussion, and we'd like to have that opportunity. So here to support the staff recommendation, and that would conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minert. I do have a question for you, actually. When you say alternative access, do you mean alternative access from the 8 single-family residential units from the cul-de-sac? Separate from the church, right?
Right. The city council focused only on the residential component, and I believe the direction that they're asking to be considered is a direct access to those 8 lots from Mount Oak Road with no connection to Dew Drive.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, all right, thank you, sir. All right, let's keep going on our list. I'm going to take it from the top of my list, which is a little bit different than the way I read it up before. So I'm going to start with Michael Stewart. Mr. Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chairman Shapiro and distinguished members of the board. I did submit a PowerPoint.
Mr. Stewart, you were sworn in, correct?
I have been sworn in.
Thank
you
you, sir.
for the opportunity to speak today. I did submit a PowerPoint presentation. May I bring it up and step you through it quickly?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, awesome. Let me try to share the screen. Let's see, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes? I can't.
No.
Yes, no?
I
All
can't
right.
see.
Okay, it is included in the backup of the package that was submitted by Mr. Bartlett. So if we could go to that, maybe it would be helpful.
All right,
for the
let's
board.
take a second here, and staff, maybe we can help out Mr. Stewart.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stewart, did you state your address for the record too?
Yes, I reside at 14603 Dawn Court,
Thank you.
which is in Whitmore Estates.
Thank you,
And
sir.
my wife and I have resided here for nearly 18 years now.
Nice. That's a long run.
It is. It's a very quiet community. We're surrounded by woodlands nearly on all sides. We can leave our windows open at night and get fresh air, which is awesome.
Nice.
And if you scroll down,
give the page number. Yeah.
Page 15.
Kenny, you got that?
there we are. Can you make it a little larger, please? All right. Thank you. And I promise to get through this within 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we can start the clock now.
All right, great. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak to the board, and thank you to all who have worked on this project. I'm a little late to the party, but I really wanted to have an opportunity to both share some public concerns that we just lost the PowerPoint, share some public concerns that were raised by my neighbors at a recent homeowners association meeting, together with some opposition points that my wife and I would like the board to consider. We primarily are here today because of what you see on the screen in the top right, which is the placement of a storm water management system directly near the entrance to Whitmore Estates, together with the 8 residential units going through Whitmore Estates, through woodlands that abut Whitmore Estates, and connecting Dew Drive into the subject property. Next slide, please. So public comments and concerns are there before you. I won't read all of these. Some have been shared by Mr. Bartlett before, including the potential diminution of our fair market value of our homes, the day and night traffic on Mount Road increasing, destroying the existing woodlands and wildlife habitats, noise above the county's acceptable levels. There's no noise survey with the current PPS. This unsightly stormwater management site, just from my perspective, it appears to be punitive. It appears to be spiteful. Why it would be placed directly near the entrance to Whitmore Estates when we have a 31.5 acre plot of land where it could be placed. Adding the additional homes to our community as under separate HOA covenants, et cetera, we have no idea what those homes might look like and how they may impact our fair market values. And then potential impacts to the water quality and sewer operations. Next slide, please. So, are you there?
Yeah, we're still there. You can keep going.
Our opposition to approval is, as I shared before, number one, the fair market value of our homes. Number two, the destroying of existing woodlands. The PPS confirms it's a 31.5 acre site, has 3.4 acres of woodlands. They wish to clear nearly 2/3 of the woodlands, and they all seem to appear as the current buffer between our community and the lot next door. The extension of Dew Drives, again, we're not quite sure what that would look like, and we would ask if the board would consider an alternate approach, one of which we've included here. Next slide, please. So I placed here the applicable statutes and regulations regarding on-site preservation of connected woodland and wildlife habitat. together with the environmental technical manuals, reinforcement that every effort should be made to conserve the requirements on site, which is preferred over credit secured in an off-site bank. The applicant currently requests to move of more than 2 acres to an off-site bank. Next slide. So proposed remedy is to submit a different plan, deny the plan as it currently exists prior to the final approval date. Encourage the applicant to submit a different plan, very much like the Mr. Maynard of the city of Bowie proposed, which is to have Mount Oak Lane, which is already a paved lane with residences that exist on the property, to be used as the point of access to the residential units. Preserve the woodlands, deny the request to clear acreage of existing woodlands and establish an offsite credit. Please, please, please deny this request to place an unsightly stormwater management site near the entrance of Woodmore Estates, which I think will significantly impact our homeowners' property values. I'd also add that it raises a potential safety concern for the public because there have been numerous times when motor vehicles have sped down Mount Oak Road and crashed into our neighbors' fences. And I fear that someone may run into that stormwater management site if it were placed in that location. Okay, so next slide, please.
Mr. Stewart, you're at a time boundary. If you could wrap up.
Okay, sure.
May I interject? My name is Cynthia Harvell, and I have been sworn in. Would it be okay if I gave him my time to continue?
We actually don't cede time from one people to the other, but I'll give him I appreciate that, Ms. Harvell. But Mr. Stewart, I'll give you another 30 seconds to wrap up, okay?
All right, great. So as you'll see in the following slides, there are a couple of slides with aerial views to kind of show the existing woodlands, to show the woodlands that exist on the Dew Drive proposed extension, together with the final slide, which is the aerial view of the proposed residential and stormwater management sites. And with that, I'll leave it open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep going on our list. We may have questions from commissioners as we go along. We're at the end, but I'll turn next to Amy Carter. Ms. Carter.
Hi, thank you. My name is Amy Carter. I have not been sworn in before.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, consider yourself under oath. And we'll put 3 minutes on the clock so to help us manage the time. And Ms. Carter, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. I reside at 2307 Church Road. Part of our property abuts the part of the proposed church's property, and have several concerns around the property. Some are environmental, around the runoff from the large paved parking lot that's envisioned, which again would affect the woodlands and the habitat that the previous gentleman spoke about. Interestingly, the state of Maryland paid to plant 1,300 trees on our property in order to promote or maintain or grow the woodlands and habitat for wildlife. And it's interesting that we're thinking of basically contradicting all these state funds that were used to plant these trees already, and to do something that might harm that. So it seems like not a great use of time and effort, or a misuse of, quite frankly, my state tax dollars to then have something that would contradict something that was already paid for. Sorry, that was not very clearly stated. Secondly, or I guess third, so first is the runoff. I'm concerned about the runoff from the parking lot and the negative effect on the habitat. But also the sewer lines, which I think is the main point of maybe this hearing. But I'm just concerned if the sewer lines have taken, if that sort of whole project or consideration has taken into account the fact that there already is an existing church at, it's 2311 Church Road, that, you know, has services probably around the same time. I'm assuming that this church would have services. And one of the proposed entrance and exits of the Redeemed Church is basically next door to this other church at 2311 Church Road. So I'm just concerned, given the sewer lines, that the current existing church at 2311 Church Road was considered within that sewer line project or whatever, and then was safety in terms of the narrowness of Church Road and the number of accidents that have happened around the house, the 2311 Church Road, if that was actually considered, or if that would be considered in the future in terms of putting an entrance or exit right there. And so those are, and then also, if we're talking about the 8 homes, I recall from earlier discussions and hearings and whatnot, that those 8 homes, or there were going to be some facilities that were going to be reserved for, support to people in need. And so I wanted to know if that is still part of the church's plan to have outreach facilities and homes for people that in need. If that's the case, or if would these be permanent families living in these 8 homes, and then what's the impact on the sewer lines, and what's the impact on security and et cetera. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Thank you very much. Next, we have James Albert. Mr. Albert, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, and you were sworn in, sir?
I'm sworn in.
Okay, all right. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours. We'll put 3 minutes on the clock, and that's the time you have.
I'm James Albert, reside at the historic site with Amy Carter. I'm a civil servant, a veteran, a taxpayer, and resident of Prince George's County since 2001. I'm submitting the following opposing the application to build a grossly sized place of worship and 8 additional residential parcels. In 2018, I routed an application to build a 20 by 40, 800 square foot storage building. This application was rejected by MNC PPC due to there being no buildings of similar size in the surrounding area. Repeat, a 20 foot by 40 foot storage building. Referring to Circuit Court of Prince George's County, Maryland case Charlie Alpha Echo CAE 19-18641, attachment A that I submitted, the applicant requested a change in water and sewer category based on the building of a 60,000 square foot facility. It was also made distinctly clear that no additional residences were to be constructed. Today's application requests the approval of a 117,000 square foot and 8 additional residential houses. An increase to a 117,000 square foot facility is 195% larger than approved in case 18641, and now includes the 8 additional homes. This mega facility application is just short of now being 2 times larger than approved in the category change that received large rejecting public feedback from the neighboring residences. Using Google Maps in the square between routes 50, 301, 214, and 193, searching for church, 27 premises showed up. Using Maryland government's real property data search, the average square foot of the churches within these state routes is 3,100 square feet. A 100,000 square foot facility is 36.9 times larger than the premises. This is a grossly oversized to similar buildings in the surrounding area. Next, the property shares a boundary with Iglesias de Mateo at 2311. We're concerned about the dueling interests separated only by feet and a telephone pole. We're extremely unsatisfied with the county's approval of not listening to its residents. I disagree that the applicant has expressed that they've reached out. I've only been in contact with them in these 2 forums. This application continues to grow. is grossly oversized and is not sympathetic to the buildings in the surrounding area. I implore you to reject and deny this application based on the surroundings and give the same consideration of the rejection of my 2018 application for a 20 by 40 storage building. I'm a veteran, a civil servant, and a taxpayer of Prince George's County since 2001. And I echo the woodland preservation is a priority to Maryland state tax dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Mr. Collette. We have a James Collette. Okay, Cynthia Harvell.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you today for allowing me to express my concerns about the 8 homes. I am a military spouse. We moved here in 2007. I am an original homeowner. The state of Maryland has made it welcoming for military veterans. Once we retired, we've decided to stay here instead of going back to our home states. And I feel that it would be very unjust as far as safety in the neighborhood. I'm a community leader here. I get calls all the time. As of Monday, my son's Camaro was stolen out of our driveway last month. We had the tags to another car stolen off of our vehicle. We have 3-car garage here. We have 3 vehicles in the home. And then not only my home, but there were several other homes, up to 8, that was either vandalized, things stolen from their homes. So they increased traffic just in here alone. We have 2 speed cameras in the neighborhood already. We have 3 humps in the neighborhood to slow traffic. Every week I am out here taking up bumpers, different types of parts to cars, and I just feel that it is not fair for us homeowners that have decided to stay and be a part of Bowie and Prince George's County, that we have our homes and our livelihood changed because we have other access or other places for the properties that they're trying to come into our neighborhood. Is just not fair to the rest of us that have been here and original homeowners and would like to stay. We don't want to continue to have to deal with the crimes or the excess traffic that we would be having basically Sunday to Sunday. And I just like to thank the board for listening to us and that give us the opportunity to enjoy our homes that we have worked very hard for, especially being military families that have traveled around the world. And I really love Bowie and I would love to stay here. And I thank you guys for listening to us today.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for participating. Next, we have Danelle Davis. Mr. Davis, are you there? No. William Quarles. And Anita Plummer. Miss Plummer, I know you're there.
Yes, and I've been sworn in.
Thank you, ma'am. And we'll put 3 minutes on the clock, and the floor is yours. If you can state your address for the record, too.
Yes, 2219 Davitt Court, Bowie, Maryland, 20721. I want to thank members of the board and staff for this opportunity to participate in this process. Again, my name is Anita Plummer, and my home is about a 2-minute walk from the proposed development, which was a farm when we moved into the neighborhood. We have a 3-year-old son who loves to scooter and a 7-year-old who recently had her training wheels taken off her bike. It's driving me crazy, but we're navigating this space. Ours is about 2 of about 40 to 45 kids who live within a 5 to 7 minute walk of the proposed development. We are truly a tight-knit community. We have a very strong culture of walking, cycling, skateboarding, and running. It's peaceful, green, quiet, and the people here are absolutely amazing. We're engaged and active. Our community has what so many communities strive for, and we ask you not to take that away from us. I'm very concerned about 3 things regarding the proposed project. The first is safety. We don't have sidewalks, so our roads are shared with cars, strollers, scooters, cyclists, and pedestrians. And the prospects of the facility, that's the typical size of a Target department store with a large parking lot, within this vibrant residential community is shameful. This project threatens our ability to fully use our roads safely, and this development will also displace deer populations that will also cause road safety issues. So environmental issues is my next point. The staff report minimizes the impact that large structures in a paved lot will have on the environment. The massive parking lot will also be a heat island. We've already talked about the stormwater runoff. The site is elevated compared to our homes, so I think there's the added fear that there will be flooding, not to mention the chemicals and pollution from cars that will impact our air and soil. I'm also concerned about noise pollution and the deforestation of preservation areas. Bottom line is our quality of life is high and it will decline as a result of this project. This mega development will change our physical environment and put residents' health and well-being at risk. Finally, I'm speaking quickly. Trust, transparency, fairness, and community engagement are important to sustainable development and democratic processes. The developers have been dishonest with us from the beginning. The lawyer representing the developer is not telling the complete story of communications. What we originally were told was that there was going to be a modest sanctuary, and it has mushroomed into the proposal before you today. I don't trust the developer or the process, that if this is approved, there won't be additional changes to the scope of the project in the future. There have been meetings and hearings that community members have not known about. The process is shrouded in secrecy. It's alarming that departmental staff are ignoring our concerns and seem to be cheerleaders for this development. I'm not clear who they serve. A basic Google search showed multiple news articles and stories from 2019 of the community opposing this project. So there are 4 reasons why I ask you not to approve. 1, the environmental impact assessment is inadequate. The traffic study is misleading because of the conditions and times in which it was carried out. There needs to be a noise study. And finally, I oppose this project because it's completely at odds with the character of our community and the vision that we have for Bowie, one that considers environmental, social, and economic sustainability for us today and for future generations. This project does not reflect our values. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plummer. I appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Clark, Donna Clark.
I have not been sworn in.
Okay, if you could raise your right hand, please.
Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, consider yourself the truth. And we're going to put 3 minutes on the clock, ma'am. If you could introduce yourself for the record with your address and keep to the 3 minutes, please. Thanks.
Okay. My name is Donna Clark. I reside at 14504 Dew Drive. I'm glad for the opportunity to address the planning board. So I've been a resident of Prince George's County since 1990. I lived in New Carrollton on a busy street where there was a lot of traffic and a lot of noise from the cars passing. We chose Dew Drive when we bought our house. We had it built in 2010. So we've been there for 14 years. Dew Drive is a quiet street. There's only cars that be in there as someone coming to visit or other neighbors. We had an opportunity to live on Driftwood and we decided not to because of the traffic and the noise. So I think the church being built and the additional lot will increase the traffic on Dew Drive, like Mr. Bartlett stated, that in our opposition. There'll be a lot more traffic, a lot more people being in the neighborhood, and our street is a quiet street, and it's pretty safe. So there'll be more people coming into Dew Drive, and then we think about the trees that line the cul-de-sac. There's a row of trees that line the cul-de-sac, which would have to be destroyed for the road to be extended. So I am opposed to the extension of Dew Drive and to the massive building and the 8 lots that's being built in that cell. And I guess this was also addressed by Mr. Bartlett and the city as who will maintain the extension of Dew Drive. And if any thought was given to access from Mount Oak for those 8 lots. So I do oppose the building of the massive church if it could be scaled down, and also the extension of Drew Drive for the 8 lots. So I would like to be on record for that. And I think that's all I have, Chairman Shapiro.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks
Clark.
for the opportunity. Thanks for the opportunity again. And then one more thing, there'll be more noise as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thanks for making your voice heard. Appreciate it. Next, we have Mr. Ogunluye or Louise Graham, Hailey Yancey, Sheila Scott Adebisi, Karen Raphael, Nana Kwame, David Oni, Derek Plummer. Mr. Plummer.
I'm here. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I was sworn in.
I would do it again.
I'd like to be sworn in.
You raise your right hand.
Sure.
You solemnly swear and affirm that your testimony will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath, sir. And if you could state your name and address to the record, we'll put 3 minutes on the clock, and the floor is yours.
Great. My name is Derek Plummer. I live at 2219 David Court, Bowie, Maryland. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Board, for your time today. It's really interesting. A couple of things. One, I want to correct the record. Mr. Bartlett stated that the community is opposed to a church, and that's not true. We've never been opposed to the church. What we've said is that we've been opposed to the development that is too large for the property and not in accordance with the community. There are many churches there. So I do want to make sure that we're correcting the record. And also I want to make sure that I call out the fact that Mr. Jackson was dishonest in his testimony today. And this developer has not actually engaged transparently or ethically with the community. Even when they did, quote unquote, meet with the community, it was because they were forced to by the city. But beyond all of those things, there are significant concerns that I have and deficiencies in the applicant's plan, and I would argue with the staff's recommendation. So a couple of things. Looking at the traffic, the applicant's weekday traffic impact study concluded that the intersections failed the 3-step analysis process for the 2028 total traffic situation. On page 12, in the conclusion section, it was indicated that, quote, traffic operations at the intersections of Mount Oak Road and Driftwood Drive and Mount Oak Road at Notting Hill Drive will likely be approaching capacity by the time the church complex is built out in 2028. And thirdly, the Certificate of Adequacy ADQ 2023-071 approved by the PPS with the conditions that a signal warrant study be performed prior to approval of the building permits. This is an unacceptable, and the warrant study should be performed prior to the approval of any building permits. Again, this is unacceptable, and the adequacy should be found by the planning board before approval, and no such findings nor basis has been made or documented. So the question is, why is a signal or 2 signals at these intersections, are the best way to achieve adequacy? Why not a reduction in the size of the building and the corresponding reduction in the trips? This all should be worked out before the planning department approves the PPS. I would additionally like to say that the staff report recommendations are inadequate because they overlook several of the areas of noncompliance with this proposed plan. 1, direct access from Mount Oak. This violates section 24-121A3 of the prior subdivision regulations, which requires lots adjacent to arterial roads to front on an interior street or service roadways. 2, the specimen tree removal. The plan proposed was removing 4 specimen trees to construct a parking lot and athletic field. Again, this violates section 25-122B1G of the Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance. the landscape buffers, as well as the gross tract area inconsistencies. The gross tract area shown on the tree conservation plan is inconsistent with the gross tract area shown on the preliminary plan of the subdivision. All told, unfortunately, I have that question as well. Who is actually looking out for the residents of Prince George's County? Who are looking out for the residents of this community? And I would say, if the planning board were to move forward in approving this, that there is a lack of accountability, transparency related to this process. And I encourage the board to disapprove the plan and have the developer actually come back with a real viable plan that is in the interest of the community and in the interest of the vision that has been laid out for Prince George's County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plummer. Very much appreciated. And last, we have Mr. Oyegoke.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Shapiro.
You were sworn in, correct?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Thank you. And I do apologize. I know a number of our community members could not make it because we're planning for the November meeting. And because of the continuance, a lot of them had scheduling conflicts, so could not make it today. We do have some comments that have been submitted. But I must start for the record. My name is George Oyegoke. I serve as president of Woodmore Estates Homeowner Association. As you have heard, our community is strongly opposed to PPS number 4-2301 because it has not met the technical requirements needed for planning board approval. With all respect to Mr. Bartlett, we believe that and we understand that the opinions of the planning staff carry a lot of weight, but we believe the impact to surrounding communities and surrounding areas have not been fully considered, as you have rightly heard. There was a citation that I would encourage the board to verify of the old subdivision regulation as it pertains to DPI's approval of the concept plan. As we speak, the concept plan has not been approved. And the language in the regulation does allow for approving or moving forward if the board director can justify that this is not needed. Storm concept plan is likely to change. The city has been very strong and has clearly stated that they are opposed to a connection on Dew Drive. The residential portion of the plan right now is served by an existing roadway on Mount Oak Lane that has not been considered. Moving those around would require that concept, the stormwater area, be moved. And the applicant is suggesting that this the board could still approve this PPS without all that firmly straightened out. We believe that is not consistent with your guidelines or even the reg. It's been a last-minute scramble to now engage with the city. Mr. Jackson mentioned a meeting that happened in 2019. At the time, as you've heard, we were told that the building was going to be 60,000 square feet. And that was an increase from the original 25,000 square feet that was shared with the community. We're now dealing with 117. We don't know what is going to end up on the final plat. As you've heard, the applicant and the attorneys have not been very transparent. I reached out to Mr. Jackson when we received a notice that our application was being prepared. We offered to meet with the applicant before the application was submitted. Mr. Jackson and the applicant delayed, tried to avoid meeting with the community, and then reached out after the application had been submitted to say that they did not, while the old subdivision regulation does not require meeting with the community, they will meet if we will come to their church. We believe that going to the church to have the meeting was not a desirable location offered the city of Bowie meeting rooms, which were rejected. And ultimately, we could clearly see that the applicant was not interested in meeting the community, which is fine. But neither was any meeting planned with the city of Bowie, even though there was a connection to a city roadway. It was when we brought it up that there was a late minute scramble now arrange a meeting with the city. It just shows the lack of consideration that went into this PPS application. The incomplete staff study should be of concern to the board. There is a church that was completely missed, Judah Temple. It's within 100 yards it's a significant church with significant membership, within 100 yards of the lot. It wasn't included in the traffic study scope. It wasn't discussed during the committee meetings that Mr. Bartlett mentioned, even though that meeting held on July 19th. There was public participation. No one was invited. And even if we were, I understand that we could not comment during that meeting. The failures from the traffic study are really items that the board should be concerned about. Mr. Jackson earlier mentioned it's a 2,000 member church. The conditional certificate of adequacy was passed with the condition that they limit Sunday traffic to 779 vehicle trips. I don't know how that is going to be possible with a 2,000 membership, 2,000 person membership. Again, it seems as if the study is not full. It seems as if the staff is not really considered the impact on surrounding areas, or maybe really review the stuff. Because I would ask the board to deny this PPS, because we believe that approving the PPS, even with the conditions, is not going to move anything forward. You will be approving a plan that cannot work. Due drive is mentioned 17 times in the application. It is integral to every section of the application. Removing due drive, the application has to be reworked. I want to thank you for your time, and I know I'm a bit passionate about this, but we've been dealing with moving goalposts since 2019.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate it. So we have the chance for the opportunity for the applicant to have any rebuttal, but I want to stop first for commissioners to see if you have any questions for staff based upon what you've heard from the community, or any questions for community members before we turn it back over to the applicant for opposition. For rebuttal and close.
I'd like to start, Mr. Chairman. I was taking copious notes here, and my comments might be related or directed to one or all of the individuals you just mentioned. So I'll just start. So, Mr. Stewart, when you first testified, you spoke to increased day and night traffic on Mount Oak. I wasn't clear whether you were referencing just the residential component or the institutional component. That's number one. You also spoke to property values, and I was unclear about what you were attributing to that. And Mr. Chairman, let me just say, some of my comments will be not necessarily appropriate for this phase that we're in, but I do want to get to kind of the use piece of the residential, and I'll make clear why in a minute. Thank you. Ms. Carter mentioned a runoff from the church parking lot, also commented about sewer lines, so I'd like some more clarity around that. Ms. Carter also mentioned what the homes are being used for, and I put in quotation, people in need. And again, use is not appropriate during the preliminary plan phase, but I think it is appropriate to understand. I'd like to know will the church own those residences? Will they be used as part of the institutional component of the property? Because I think that's a relational to the whole access piece of it. There was also some concerns about safety, traffic. Let's see, what else did I write down? And then there were a couple of comments. I believe Mr. Plummer and and forgive me, the president of the HOA, George, I won't do justice to pronouncing your last name, but a couple of people commented about our ability to approve this application, and they cited different subdivision regulations, etc. And so I think staff, or at least legal, should comment on that, as well as the traffic study. So I guess maybe I would start with the use. Are these open market residences, or are they residences being used in relation to the church? Because that for me is a big piece, because if they are related to the church, then I might feel a little differently about the access to those residences. So I'll stop there.
Why don't we direct that to the applicant, Commissioner Washington? I think that feels most appropriate.
Okay.
Yes, these residential lots will not be used by the church. They will be sold to private individuals, homeowners. And then, as Mr. Meinert said, they're preliminarily will be meeting, hopefully, with the City Council January 21st to discuss it. But no, there's going to be a woodland reforestation between those 8 lots and the church lot, and it's not going to be used by the church.
Okay, so they're open market.
Yeah, open market. Open market. It'll go to a homeowners association, or there's possible discussion of annexation. I don't want to get into that, but just for your.
Okay, and also, Mr. Jackson, comments with regards to communication or lack thereof with the citizens. There seems to be a wide range of opinions with regards to what happened, what didn't happen, how well it went, how well it didn't go, and I just don't want to leave that kind of unopened. And if there were even some comments made with regards to our staff, which is particularly of interest to me in terms of our staff maybe not being responsive to the citizenry.
And let me step in 1 second in terms of our process. Thank you, Commissioner. I see some hands raised, so there'll be an opportunity for cross-examination, essentially. But let's hold off until after commissioners have questions. So Ms. Carter, and if there's any others, we'll definitely get to you after commissioner questions.
I'll stop there with mine, Mr. Chairman, and allow my colleagues to weigh in.
I appreciate it very much. Commissioners, other questions?
Mr. Chairman. Oh.
Yes.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
All right. I took a note that said that in 2019, there was a community meeting, and I didn't understand whether or not that was the only community meeting or there were other community meetings. So I would like for someone to address whether or not community meetings were held and when those community meetings were held. The other item I had to do with, well, it was all about engaging the community prior to submitting the application or doing that process. And I'll leave it at that right now.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. The Vice Chair's question, Mr. Jackson, was around community process. Perhaps you could just fill us in a little bit more. You did some already, but it might be helpful to hear it again.
Yes. As it relates to this preliminary plan of subdivision application, the informational mailing was mailed out in December 2023 to the required property owners, to include the HOA of Woodmore Estates. I got one email from a resident in Woodmore, and then I got the email from the president of the HOA, Mr. George. Again, we had communications between January 29th to March 11th. And there is truths mentioned by Mr. and Mrs. Plummer that they said, but I was truthful on my part also. At March 11th, I got an email from we submitted the application. As this board know, there was a date, April 1st, 2024, deadline. So we're in the process of trying to get it submitted so our application would be accepted before that April 1st deadline. Legislation, that deadline was passed, so we were in the process of trying to get that submitted. I wasn't trying to ignore Mr. George. We were scheduled to meet March 15th, March 22nd. I asked him, let's meet at the church. He wanted to do it in the city of Bowie because it was inconvenient. Although the church is three miles away, we agreed to the March 15th, March 22nd date to meet with the community. And at that point, the president said he no longer wanted to meet because we submitted the preliminary plan of subdivision application. 2019 was a water and sewer application. There was no requirement for community engagement. Mr. Plummer is correct. We had a February 4th City of Bowie meeting. At that time in 2019, the city of Bowie participated in development applications that were outside of the city. It is my understanding that recently the city of Bowie council no longer wanted to participate in development applications that wasn't within the city boundaries. So back in 2019, we attended two city of Bowie town hall meetings or meetings, and then yes, council member wanted us to meet with the citizens of Bowie, those four communities, which we did. That was between the two meetings. There's a meeting on February 4th, and I think a meeting on February 20th. So we only had a 2-week turnaround to meet with the community. We did as best we could. 15 individuals showed up, and that was the community engaged. That was the only community group meeting. There has been members of the church, part of the administrative staff of the church. They have members who live in Woodmore Estates that I know they've gone out to those communities and spoke one-on-one that I haven't been a part of, but I do know were had. But I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Bailey.
Okay. Ms. Bailey, any other questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
I just had a follow-on to Ms. Mr. Jackson, are any members of the church present today?
Yes, I believe the Pastor Bayou, the head pastor, I believe he is present today.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just be curious to hear his response to some of the citizens' comments. I mean, you've been before us a number of times, and we place a premium on applicant and community engagement, and it's specifically being good neighbors. So I saw somebody just pop up on the screen. Perhaps that's him. And I'm not just.
That's Pastor Finney from the church who just popped up on the screen. He's not the head pastor, but he is a pastor of the church.
All right, Pastor Finney, we'd love to hear from you. We do need to swear you in. If you're going to speak, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath, sir. And then you heard the question, or Mr. Jackson, perhaps you could guide your client to help us make sense of this per the commissioner's questions.
Yes, Pastor Finney, has the church engaged in any community outreach and spoke with surrounding neighbors?
Everything that we needed to do was done through your office and through the meetings we've been having with you, through the mailings that had to be done, and everything that we ought to do has been done. And we defer to your communication and our engineers' communication with the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I take that as a no.
There is Pastor Adi on, Pastor Finney?
Pastor Bayo is not on at the moment. We've been having numerous conversations with the community since 2019 when the issue went through the legal process. One of our assistant pastors also live in the Woodmore Estate. So we've had numerous conversations with the community. We had an April 1 deadline, like our attorney said. We submitted the plan. We reached out to the community reached out to the attorney that since the PPS plan has been submitted, they will not be interested in further conversation, and they'll be reaching out directly to the staff and the county. So we've been having this community engagement right from the onset for the last 6 to 7 years, where we had public meetings, it was in the news, we attended all the meetings, and the issue wasn't resolved when we were requesting for an upgrade on sewer from category 4 to category 5. So this development and planning has been going on for quite a while, as we're all aware. We are not a new church in the community. We already exist in the community. We're part of the community. Members of Woodmore Estate are part of our congregation. We care about the community, and our development is not having a negative impact to the society. We've done through all the transportation analysis and everything, all the consideration and the variances that we've applied for, they were in the interest of safety on Mount Oak Road, safety in the community. We went through all this process so that our members will be coming directly into the church premises and not to the community. So everything that we've done through all our consultants, engineers, transport studies, traffic studies, everything is aimed towards encouraging that there's safety in the Woodmore Estate area. Our assistant pastor, Shegun Adeyemo, is a member in our church and lives in the community. He lives on the Dahlia Drive. He's a member. I have members that I take to the community of Woodmore Estate after meetings in our church on Sundays and even on Fridays when we have night meetings. So the members of the Woodmore Estate, they are our congregation, and we care about the society. Everything that we've done is to separate the church area from the community. The 8 houses has nothing to do with the church. They're going to be sold as free, simple development to open market. So we are open to more community association and development. We are going to be part of the January 21 meeting with the city, which we've had conversation with. The limit of our land and development is under the county and not under the city limit. That's where we're restrained, having enough conversation with the city. And we've had about 3 meetings with the city, and we will continue to do that. Our plan is to get this approved, and we continue with the permit process and also with community engagement to see that we take all concerns and of the community into consideration as we progress. Thank you.
Pastor, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Commissioner Washington, any other follow-up questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, Pastor Freeman.
You're welcome, man.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Giraldo.
I just share in some of the comments of Commissioner Washington and Vice Chair Bailey. I'm kind of concerned about it. We have a divergent view. Residents say there's been very little community participation and that they've kind of been ignored. And on the other hand, we're hearing that there's all of this community participation. Views there. And that's what's causing me concern. Either there is or there isn't.
Right.
My communication was with the president of the Woodmore Estates Homeowner Association, which started on January 29th, 2024. We've had, me and Mr. George, we had 12 to 15 email communications. I provided him surveys. I provided him draft national resource inventory. I treated him as the spokesman. He said he was the spokesman for the Woodmore Estates community. On March 11, he said the community no longer wanted to speak with the applicant since we submitted the preliminary plan of subdivision application, and he would speak directly with Park and Planning.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
And I had 1 or 2 phone conversations with Mr. George also, because through the emails, I figured it was best for me to pick up the phone to speak with him. I told him we would meet March 15, March 22nd. And again, while my engineering team was preparing the plans for submission, I was providing those to him. It's just that when it was submitted, he decided to no longer communicate. The informational mailing for this preliminary plan of subdivision application was mailed out December 2023.
Understood. Thank you, sir. All right, commissioners, any additional questions? I'm going to allow opportunity for cross from the opposition if there's no others. Okay, so I do see hands up. Under cross, this is for Ms. Carter, Mr. Plummer, Mr. Oyegoke. I want to be really, really clear. This is the purpose of this. This is, you are not testifying again. You will have an opportunity for close, or one of you will. So this is for a specific question that you have for testimony that was presented verbally over the past, hour or so. And it's not to be argumentative. It's to clarify information or ask questions. So with that, I'll start with Ms. Carter. You have cross-examination. Who would you like to cross?
This to the attorney, whose name, I'm sorry, I don't see on this, Mr. Jackson. I have three questions. One, when you mentioned the fact that these 8 homes would be sold to private individuals as, individual homeowners and the market value and whatnot, but then you said there might be an opportunity for future annexation. So I have a question about that. What does that mean? And I'm asking that question because in the earlier process of this, since this whole discussion about this this facility, there was talk about having homes for at-risk children and things like that. So if the church has potential future ideas of annexing those properties, I'd like to know about that. Secondly, what safety assessment was done about safety on Church Road? I've heard about safety assessments on Mount Oak, but not on Church Road. And there's numerous accidents on Church Road just beyond the sort of what looks like it would be an entrance or exit to this new facility. So I'm curious about that, particularly since someone just mentioned there are night meetings on Fridays. And then lastly, we don't live in the Mount Oak in that subdivision. And so maybe I missed something, but I'm now hearing about this athletic field or facility or whatever. So I'm curious, like how does that fit into this whole sort of neighborhood thing when there are athletic fields further down on Church Road?
I'm going to stop you.
Okay, so those are my questions.
Yeah, that's more of making a different case rather than asking a question of the applicant.
Okay.
So you have some very specific.
Questioning then the athletic fields.
Okay.
Why is it necessary if there are already athletic fields down the road that are paid for by the city or by the
Understood.
county?
All right, Mr. Jackson, if you want to respond to those questions as you feel is appropriate based upon your testimony or your clients.
Yes, I believe there's a question about annexation, and I think she was just asking generally what that process would look like. That process would be where the city of Bowie, the city of Bowie boundary would be changed to include those 8 residential lots. That's what a annexation would come under, and those 8 residential lots would now be within the city of Bowie.
Okay.
In regards to Church Road, I believe that's in the staff report, the certificate of adequacy regarding the traffic studies that were done in regard to the levels of service for traffic. I don't know how.
So I'm sorry, the church is would not consider annexing those 8 homes. That's what I understood you were saying before, but that's not what you were saying.
The city of Bowie would have to engage in that process.
Okay. Now, my question is, does the church have future plans to annex those homes as part of the church?
Not at all. We would not, the lots will no longer belong to the church and will be sold like every other lot in the neighborhood.
Right. As it stands right now, but that's why I said, the city of Bowie is wanting us to come January 21st to have these discussions. There's been talks of annexation, but as Pastor Femi is correct, it would be sold to private homeowners. The church will not own it or be a part of it. It would be sold to, HOA would be developed, private homeowners would purchase it.
Understood. All right, let's continue with cross. We have, who's my other hand? I'm sorry. Ms. Plummer.
Yes, thank you. So my questions are for Mr. Jackson. So will you explain the minimum requirement for community outreach in this process? So I just want to make it very clear, there was the water and sewer process, which is different from this process. So I think we're kind of mixing things up and we shouldn't. So for this particular process, what is the minimum requirement? How long is the process? And who do you engage with? The second is, how do you monitor or assess whether or not community members were successfully contacted? So at the end, how do you know whether or not community outreach was sufficient? And that's it. Thanks.
Yeah. Correct. Understood. For this process, as was stated earlier, we're going under the prior zoning ordinance. So an informational mailing was mailed out. Understanding the importance to engage the community, I was using that opportunity to get any feedback or responses from that informational mailing. I'm glad that Mr. George did reach out. When I spoke with Mr. George, he did say that, he's speaking on behalf of Woodmore Estates. Woodmore Estates is right there. That was, the biggest concern, to make sure that we were in concert with Woodmore Estates. I took his word for it that he was speaking on behalf of Woodmore Estates, and that was the extent of it. If I answered that correctly, or if I answered your question.
Also, in addition to what Mr. Jackson said, I would like Mr. Barry to talk a little bit about what was necessary for us to do in terms of community engagement at this level. Mr. Barry.
Pastor, who are you asking to speak? I didn't get that.
Mr. Barry, our civil engineer.
Barry Casey.
Okay. Let me suggest this. We're still under cross-examination, Pastor and Mr. Jackson. So if there's additional testimony that you want to provide with rebuttal and close, let's do that, okay? But let's keep this focused on cross-examination. So Ms. Plummer, thank you. Next we have Mr. Oyegoke. And then we have two more too. I want to be careful that we're not being repetitive with the cross as well and not have this lead into argument. So this is really specifically, is there information that you want to get that you want the applicant to clarify or staff to clarify? Mr. Oyegoke.
So I think Ms. Plummer mentioned, basically addressed the question earlier, and wanted to clarify, have Mr. Jackson clarify that there was no community engagement done on the PPS. The meetings that were done was on from 2019 onwards was on the water category change, which was not before the planning board. Is that summary accurate, Mr. Jackson?
I have your email pulled up from March 11th, 2024 at 9:59 a.m. Greetings, Mr. Jackson. Thanks for your confirmation below. Since the application has been submitted to Park and Planning, we'll direct our questions to the Park and Planning. Kind regards, George Oyegoke, President, Woodmore Estates Homeowners Association.
Okay. I don't know if you're reading that into testimony, Mr. Jackson, but if you're going to do that, would you care to also read my initial email to you on January 29, 2024 at 6:21 p.m.
I'm actually
going to be meeting.
Okay, I'm going to stop both of you on this one. I understand that you all have points that you want to make, but I want to focus on cross-examination. So if you have specific questions for Mr. Jackson based upon what he testified to, which you did, I didn't quite get an answer from Mr. Jackson around whether the public participation process was connected to the preliminary plan, or was that for the water and sewer? I actually didn't understand the answer.
No, it was connected to the preliminary plan because my communications with Mr. George was this year, January 2024 through March 11th, 2024. We had a meeting scheduled March 15th or March 22nd.
Okay, all right. Mr. Ogoke, other things on Cross?
I think I'm good for now. I have some questions for the staff, but I'm not sure if we can ask the staff questions
Under cross-examination. If you have a specific question for staff based on their testimony today, now is the time for you to ask it.
Okay, so we understand that there was a traffic study done. Why was the Judah Temple AME Church excluded from the scope of that study?
Mr. Barlow, is that you, or do we have a transportation expert who can testify?
Yes. Yes, I will defer to our transportation experts. I believe Ms. Leah Daniels is available to respond to that.
And I also want to say one thing, because there's a line between what's before us and what's not before us, what's part of the ADQ and what's actually before us as part of the preliminary plan. So Mr. Bartlett or Ms. Connor, one of you, or maybe even Ms. Coleman, our attorney, is this this issue around transportation impact, and is that what's actually before us in the preliminary plan right now?
Mr. Chair, Delisa Coleman, Senior Counsel. It looked like the ADQ, the traffic study was done as part of the ADQ. The ADQ isn't what is before the planning board today. The ADQ is an application that is reviewed and approved by the planning director.
Okay, so as difficult as this issue of whether or not the traffic impact outside the boundaries of the property, the design, not even the design of the property for a preliminary plan, is not pertinent. So that is not something that we're going to be considering right now. I know that may be difficult for you all to hear, but our process is our process, and we have rules and regs that we need to follow. So let's move on from that question. Is there another question?
Thank you, Chairman Capiro. I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry,
Next
Mr. Chairman. Can you? I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Could you just state that again? So, if I'm understanding this right, whether there are inadequacies or not to the traffic study, that doesn't matter in your consideration at this point. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter, but the traffic adequacy is considered through a different process, not through this preliminary plan process. The preliminary plan of subdivision has a different focus to it. Ms. Coleman, you'll do a better job at articulating this than me. Just take a second for the record, or Ms. Connor, and state sort of clearly, preliminary plan focuses on these issues. That's what's before us with the preliminary plan.
Good afternoon. This is Sherry Connor. I can speak a little bit to that, and Ms. Coleman may want to add on to that as well. So the adequacy as required prior to approving a preliminary plan, that plan has to meet adequacy requirements, adopted level of service requirements. As far as transportation goes, there are adopted requirements through the transportation review guidelines that require certain studies, require things to be in those studies, and that is evaluated through that process in accordance with those standards. And that certificate of adequacy speaks to that analysis and the outcomes and any conditions required in order to meet adequacy, and that must be approved before a preliminary plan can move forward to the planning board. With the preliminary plan then, setting adequacy aside because that's already been predetermined, we're looking at the site itself, its access locations, its layout of the proposed lotting pattern, whether the design of the subdivision meets the design criteria contained in the subdivision regulations.
Okay, Mr. Plummer. All right, we're back to Cross. Mr. Oyegoke, anything else under Cross?
I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick question? So does that mean that the transportation safety
I don't
process
see
has
who's
already been
speaking.
completed?
I'm sorry, I don't see who's
This is
speaking.
Amy Carter. Sorry, this is Amy Carter. I just want to
All right,
clarify.
Ms. Carter, hold on one sec, okay? Because I just want to stick with our process a bit. I will get to you, but hold on one sec. Mr. Ogoke, anything else on cross?
Yeah, so I'm reading the application. The applicant was specifically requesting the planning board to approve the ADQ and the variation that was, I guess, included in it to subdivide the parcels, the 3 parcels. So we're saying that if the certificate of the adequacy that's tied to that traffic portion of it, that there are some deficiencies, it does not have any bearing on the board. Or is that what we are saying?
The planning director is approved at the planning director level, yes.
Chair,
Does
if
the
I may,
planning
Lisa
board have any
Coleman,
oversight?
Senior Counsel.
I'm sorry, Ms.
I'm hoping to provide a little more detail. So if you look at section 24503 of the subdivision regulations, that certificate of adequacy is determined by the planning director. And that analysis was done before the preliminary plan today. So that process is a separate process from the preliminary plan approval. What the board is looking at and assessing transportation here is really the circulation, and as Ms. Connor explained earlier, on site as opposed to the traffic study, which was already reviewed and adequacy determined by the planning director prior to today.
Okay.
So may I just clarify something, Chairman Shapiro? I know we're stating that the adequacy has been determined, but it was, I understand this was conditional, right? Is that correct? That the certificate of adequacy was based on conditions. It wasn't basically approved. It wasn't clearly approved.
I'm not sure what you mean by conditions in this context. There is a certificate of adequacy.
Yes, and on there, it shows that it was approved with some conditions, with certain conditions.
Okay.
That is correct.
So I'm looking at page of the backup copy, looking at page 97 of the backup copy. That's where you see where it says approved with conditions indicated. And there was 5 conditions with some that are outlined on there.
Yes, but
I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to confirm that the planning board had oversight responsibilities on this one, or approval responsibilities. And
no. Short answer is the planning director approves the certificate of adequacy.
And there's no review of that and no oversight by this planning board of that, right? Is that what you're saying?
The planning board's authority is if the ADQ is appealed by the applicant. The planning board cannot by itself change the certificate of adequacy approval.
And the only appeal is by the applicant.
Got it. So if there's inadequacies found by a third-party review, then only the applicant is the one that is able to actually do anything about it.
Yes, those are the rules that we are bound by. All right, I want to keep this back to cross. Is there any other cross for staff based on testimony that's been presented? Mr. Ogoke, if not, and again, you'll have an opportunity for close. Okay?
No, this was a question to staff though about something Sherry Comer said. That's my question. So I don't know.
I didn't hear that, Ms. Carter. Say it again.
It's a question to.
Somebody's echoing big time. If anyone who isn't speaking can mute, please. And Ms. Carter, say it again.
I have a question for staff.
Yep.
Okay. So just a quick question. So because this has been very confusing. So the adequacy has been determined, right? And is that based on this current plan that we're talking about now, or is it based on an earlier plan? That was my question. I'm just not sure. I didn't follow all that.
Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Bartlett, the questions to you. You go ahead and answer.
So this is Sherry Cutter. I can speak to that a little bit. So yes, this what was analyzed with the certificate of adequacy is consistent with the proposal that you see before you with the development quantities and access locations. Yes.
All right. I have two other hands raised. Mr. Albert.
Yeah, James here. Question. So Mr. Jackson doesn't speak for me. I'm not a member of the Woodsmore Homeowners Association, but I do share a property boundary with the applicant. So just to be clear that his statements don't represent me. I showed that there was 27 premises, church premises within the 4 state routes, within less than 4 miles of the address. My question is, those 27 premises having an average 3,100 square feet, what guidance does the board use for similarly sized structures within the surrounding area?
I think your question is, do you feel like a church of that size is appropriate, right? But that's actually
by the numbers, yes, sir.
Right, and you know, again, difficult to hear, but that's not what's before us right now. This is a preliminary plan of subdivision. That is an approved use, so it's not relevant to the PPS. So, are there other questions you have for staff?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Michael Stewart. Mr. Stewart, I think you're the last on my list for any cross-examination of the applicant or staff.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Shapiro. I had a quick question regarding the certificate of adequacy. If it's approved with 5 conditions, is it beholden on the applicant to satisfy each of those conditions before they can submit the PPS?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I bet Ms. Coleman does, or Connor does.
So there is one condition that required the applicant to satisfy before the preliminary plan approval, not before the submission, but before the approval, to enter into a mitigation agreement, which they did. And we did receive that back from them, a signed agreement to pay into a fire response time fund. The other conditions are really transportation related conditions. Some of them were discussed previously. There is another condition that they have to satisfy prior to building permit, having to do with paying a fee. So those are mostly applicable at the time that the applicant builds out the project, not prior to approving a preliminary plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. So where we'll go now is the opportunity for close from the opposition. This is not something I want to afford to all of you. If you want to take a few minutes and organize yourselves in some way to allow for close from 1 or 2 voices, then we'll have the opportunity for rebuttal and then close from the applicant. I'm sorry, Ms. Coleman, do you want to do rebuttal and then close, or we're going to do close, then rebuttal, close?
It's typically rebuttal and then close.
From both sides, close at the end from both sides. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll hear a rebuttal from Mr. Jackson, give the opportunity for close from the opposition, and then close from the applicant. Then I'm going to want to take a bit of just a short break as the council considers deliberation and any action that we take. So we'll start with the
Mr.
rebuttal.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I did have a question that I wanted to ask of Reverend Femi.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so Reverend Femi, in your testimony, you sounded like you contradicted yourself a bit in terms of community engagement. And so it would be really helpful, at least contradicted what Mr. Jackson said. So would really love clarity here. Was the community engagement done through Mr. Jackson, or are you saying that there was additional meetings? Because initially you said that it was only done through Mr. Jackson and those legal communications. But then later in your testimony, you said something different. So can you clarify that, please?
All our community engagement were done through our lawyers in 2024. And that's why I asked Mr. Barry to also answer the question, or if the staff can help us, the things that are part of the old ordinances by which we're applying for these PPAs. What are the requirements for community organizations or discussions, and what we have done? That's what I was asking at that time for Mr. Barry to chip in.
Okay.
Okay, another question, I'm sorry. Did the church, while it was developing this preliminary plan, speak with the community to get the community feedback?
Mr. Paul Jackson, you can answer the question.
Prior to submittal, did the church, or excuse me, did the developer engage the community? And were there ever any promises made to the community before the development of the planning, the plan would be submitted?
The church sent out an informational mailing in December 2023. 2 individuals reached out in response to that informational mailing, George Ayaguki and an individual from Whitmore.
And that list was based upon persons of interest?
It's a list that we received from Park and Planning.
Okay. And do you know how many letters were sent out?
It was over 66. Atwell actually did the mailing and did the certification of the mailing, but it was over 66 individuals and entities.
Okay. So if you were a person of record, you should have received a communication, right? On this matter?
Or your homeowners association.
Got it. And so if you didn't, then there was a breakdown somewhere in the process. Yeah.
Mr. Plummer, I'm hearing you didn't get a letter.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So thank you. And I appreciate it. I hear you.
Chair,
And then,
this is
so,
Coleman, Senior
I'm sorry.
Counsel.
So
I just wanted to clarify, and perhaps Ms. Connor can assist, but the mailings are initially done by civic organizations, HOAs, municipalities, and adjacent abutting homeowners. A person would have to actually sign up to be a person of record, and then they would receive notices from the point which they would sign up.
Beyond that initial list that you mentioned.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and then, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, last question for you. So the only meeting that the church ever had was between February 4th and February 19th of 2019, after the city of Bowie demanded that the church actually meet with the community. But there were no other community meetings with the church. Is that correct?
As your wife mentioned earlier, we want to keep the two separate.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear in terms of
you're asking about water. You're asking about the water and sewer.
I'm just saying, in general, between the church and the community, how many community meetings were there, and when did they occur?
The one meeting that I had with community members was February 2019 for the water and sewer category.
5 years ago. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more cross, now we will go to close for the opposition. I'm going to turn to the Civic Association, the Homeowners Association president, and see if you feel that you can take this on, if there's another voice or two that you want to hear. and give me a sense of how much time you need, okay?
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Yes, Commissioner.
If you, thank you. So and it was mentioned by one of the homeowners in terms of the heat effect. What consideration, Mr. Jackson, has been given to using materials for the parking lot as opposed to just asphalt? Because it's going to be a very large parking lot.
You were going in and out, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry. So my question was, what consideration has been given to using some pervious material for the parking as opposed to asphalt or concrete?
I would need to direct that question to our engineering team, either Barry Kaysen or Kevin Garvey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. Barry Kaysen, we're civil engineer here. We're here in Mitchellville, Maryland, Atwell here in Mitchellville, Maryland. What we generally look at with respect to any type of materials is what types of surfaces will be supported out there by the underlying soils. We go through a process with the geotechnical engineers for them to basically be able to, tell us what types of sections we can use. We also look at what the code allows us to use in terms of the Prince George's County Code allows us to use. In this particular case, and I've had a lot of experience in years gone by with what you consider to be permeable pavers. One of the challenges we have with things along that line is that they don't hold up that well in this area because of the freeze and thaw cycles that we go through. So when you tend to trap water under some of these surfaces, you tend to have parking lots that don't hold up very well. So what we tend to use is the typical base aggregate materials as a base, and then we use the asphalt surfaces. What we also can take into consideration is with the way even though this is a large, has a large footprint as far as the parking lot is concerned, we have a number of islands in here that are going to be, green islands in the parking lot to actually break up some of the, heat footprint that you have mentioned. Some of the islands we're actually incorporating a lot of stormwater management in most of the islands, where then there would be additional plant material, both with deciduous trees and with flowering types of vegetation as well. And as was pointed out also, we have a lot of not only reforestation, afforestation, in terms of the perimeters of the site, to make sure that we get, to make sure that we meet the tree conservation plan, and then just the additional landscaping that we have throughout the rest of the site. So that's how we intend to counter the effects of the heat island.
Good enough? But you're on mute, Manny.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. All right. So Mr. Oyegoke, we're back to you for close. How much time you need to wrap this up? You there? Mr. Oigoke, you there? You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you. I
Yes.
just texted him. He got kicked out. He's trying to get back in.
Oh, we got kicked out? Okay. All right.
Yeah. So if we can just give him a couple more.
Chairman Shapiro, while we wait for Mr. Ogoke to join us, do you mind if I answer a question that Councilwoman Washington raised regarding the day and night traffic?
Let me hold off on that because, again, I want to stick to our process, Mr. Stewart. I'm sure you have information that GSOL is not, but we're going to be under close. You can bring information in through that.
Okay.
And then gives the applicant the opportunity for any rebuttal and then close. So hold off for now. And let's give Mr. Ogoke just a minute to get on. I tell you what, why don't we take a quick bio break, and that'll give him a chance, and we probably can all benefit from that. So let's recess for 5 minutes. We'll come right back in 5 minutes. It's 2:25. We'll pick it back up at 2:30. All right, welcome back everybody from a quick break. So, Mr. Oigoke, did you get on?
Yes, sir. My apologies. I got dropped off and then I had to remember how to get back in. I do apologize for that. I understand that it's time for closing. I missed some of the questions and whatnot, but I'm going to defer to incoming Vice President, Mr. Plummer, to do the closing at this point.
That's absolutely fine. And Mr. Plummer, how much time do you think you need?
Let's say 5 minutes, but I probably won't use that much.
Yeah, that's fine, sir. I appreciate it. So take it away.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. Listen, as a lifelong resident of Prince George's County, my expertise is not in planning. But what I can say is that being a part of this process and even today's conversation was very illuminating. I hope it's appropriate for me to say this, right? But when I look at, I see board member Bailey, and I remember years ago, having her signs and all that other stuff, the leadership that we've seen from our elected officials, from members of this board, have always been something that I have appreciated about this county. I will also say that it's very clear that in this process and with this particular applicant, and with this particular application, there are clear deficiencies. It's really interesting to find out that the planning board, is limited in terms of what it can and cannot do when it comes to some of those deficiencies, even when they've been identified, or at least we believe they've been identified. And so, one, the planning board should have the ability to correct deficiencies and/or the community should be more engaged in the process, or have the ability to be more engaged in the process when there are issues that impact our community, impact our quality of life, and our ability to actually have real and meaningful input when it comes to applications. Second, I would say that with all due respect to the applicant and their representation, community engagement on this particular application has been woefully inadequate. And if we're being really honest, has been mischaracterized by the applicant, not only on today's call, but previously. And I take great offense to that. I take great offense as a member of this community. I take great offense as someone who pays taxes. And I take great offense recognizing that the applicant's legal representation also works with the county in other ways. And yet there is a lack of transparency, honesty, and accountability when it comes to this particular issue. The fact that they only met with the community one time 5 years ago on this matter at all is appalling. The fact that they did not actually engage with persons of interest, including when they said that they did so a couple of weeks ago in the letter to this board, is reprehensible. And it's very clear that they have not wanted the community's input from day one on this matter. Moreover, this actual plan has technical deficiencies. It has technical deficiencies when it comes to the traffic study. It has technical deficiencies when it comes to the storm management components. It has technical deficiencies when it comes to the woodland preservations that are not aligned with what this planning board and what the county and what the community has said are priorities. And look, the fact that there are certain conditions that it appears like people didn't even recognize on this call that were a part of this is a problem. And so we cannot just rubber stamp these types of plans that are half-baked, that are skeptical and speculative, especially when the outcomes could have a deleterious impact on the residents of this community. The reality is that the city of Bowie has not signed off on what they proposed, and very well may not, which would change the absolute nature of what this plan looks like. And it would not be appropriate for the board to approve this preliminary plan as it currently stands until all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, and there has been meaningful engagement with the city, with the residents, and the staff has done its due diligence to make sure that a plan does not come before this board that is inadequate and is deficient and would deleteriously impact our community. So with that, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a very long day for you all. It's been a very long day for me. And I know there are many, many residents who wanted to be here, but again, because of continuance granted, and requested, they could not join. But I'm glad I was here. We're glad that we're here to raise our voice. And we really hope that at this time, the planning board does not approve the preliminary plan as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plummer. Very much appreciated. We'll turn to Mr. Jackson for any rebuttal and then vote.
Thank you, Chairman, board members. I'll try to keep it short. All the T's have been crossed, all the I's have been dotted. Your staff, park and planning staff, they followed the process. Sherry Connor followed the process. Mr. Bartlett followed the process. The applicant, the church, met all the requirements for this preliminary plan of subdivision application. There is no requirement for a community meeting under this preliminary plan of subdivision application. An informational mailing was mailed. Woodmore Estates president, I had 2 dates scheduled, either March 15th or March 22nd. We agreed to the date, March 11th. The president of Woodmore Estates said, we no longer want to meet because you submitted the application. Bottom line is, as I started in the opening, this church started this process in 2017. Here we are in 2024. Yes, we met in 2019. What resulted from that meeting? We do not want a church at this location. Why did water and sewer take 3 years to get approved? Well, it didn't get approved. Richmond, the federal appellate court, approved Greenbelt, the federal district court, that the county council violated the Religious and Land Use Act by placing an undue burden on the church. Staff has its report. Staff made it clear. The church meets all the requirements for this preliminary plan of subdivision application. In regards to, there is no requirement for a community meeting. And I've been before this body before. And I have been a resident of this county since 1985. And I know many neighbors who live in that surrounding community. I've past that intersection many occasions. So I'm familiar with this piece of land also. Despite not having to meet or there be a requirement to meet with the citizens, I had a date scheduled to meet with the Woodmore Estates community. I understand the other gentleman who had the abutting property, I didn't get a chance to speak to him, but I know an informational mailing went out to him. The church at no point since 2019 did not want to meet, but I had a meeting scheduled for March 15th and March 22nd. That wasn't required under this preliminary plan of subdivision application. But because we submitted the application, the president of Woodmore Estates Homeowner Association said, no, we no longer want to communicate, we no longer want to meet. We're speaking with Park and Planning going forward. The church meets all the requirements for this preliminary plan of subdivision application. We asked this board to approve the staff's report along with Exhibit 2 of the applicant's exhibit that's included in the backup material dated December 3rd, which includes revised conditions for findings. We asked the board approve the staff report with those revised conditions, along with the variation and variance to the respective subdivision regulations. Thank you.
I disagree. I didn't get a letter.
I can't hear you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, folks. Mr. Jackson, I wanted to thank you, and I would ask folks not to jump in when it's not appropriate to speak. Mr. Jackson, thank you for your close. I assume that was rebuttal and close. Okay, thank you. So we have no one else through this process. It's to us commissioners for deliberation and any action we will take. Before we do that, I need to take another break, and I am sorry. It is 2:40. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So we will start up again at 2:55. Okay? I will see you all at 2:55. Okay, let's give folks a minute to gather. I can't remember if I said 2:55 or 3. I know it's 2:55, so we're okay. All right. Just checking to see if folks in the community are here as well. Yes. Okay. All right. So this hearing is closed. We're at deliberation, colleagues. This is for us to deliberate and consider action. For our deliberation, who would like to start? I have lots of thoughts and feelings about this, but do one of you all want to kick us off where you are with it?
I guess I'll start. Well, let me start by thanking everybody. That would probably be the most appropriate thing to do. Thank the citizens. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and all who have taken the opportunity to provide your insights this afternoon. And I will just say that this is difficult. It's difficult. Mr. Jackson, in your comments and testimony, I mean, I think you're right. You have met all requirements related to this preliminary plan in terms of, what the law requires you to do. And we as a body are hamstrung in a lot of ways by what, quite frankly, I'd like to see happen, but legally we cannot address because it's outside of the purview and scope of our authority. Things like traffic. There's a lot of discussion around that, but our hands are tied in the sense that we don't have the ability to address it. There was a traffic that there's no detailed site plan required after this phase, because normally the preliminary plan phase would take place. And then my messaging would be, well, citizens, there's still an opportunity as part of the process for you to remain involved. But with regards to this particular property, and Ms. Connor or legal or counsel can certainly talk more about why it is or why it is not relevant, but there would not be an opportunity beyond this. So I don't even know what, I'm just kind of struggling with this a little bit because I hear the citizens loud and clear. And, we couldn't, I think my colleagues and I, all of us were trying to get to, okay, what really happened in terms of community engagement? Mr. Jackson, you did meet the letter of the law. You said you did, and you did. There is no requirement, but as I commented earlier, this board always feels a strong sense of that preference for good community engagement between the applicants and the citizens, because they're going to be neighbors. And so starting that process as part of the development process is always a good thing to do. So I probably have more to say, Mr. Chairman, but I just needed to kind of get that off of my chest first. So I'll defer to my colleagues.
Thank you for that. It's very much where I'm aligned with what you're saying too. But I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey, I'll turn to you.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I am, I don't know what term to use right now for this, but a little bit perplexed. So yes, there's no requirement for community engagement, but it's something that I've come to expect over the many, many, many years I've been around. That's something that we pride ourselves on in Prince George's County, whether it was when I was on the council or here, that community engagement is just absolutely critical. Even if you go against what the community wanted or what the community suggests. One of the things we do in Prince George's County is work very hard to engage our neighbors. I mean, that's one of the good things about this large, massive county that I live in, is that we're neighborly that way. That whether someone requires you to do it or not, let's put forth that kind of an effort. So I was a little bit disappointed that this did not occur. And even if the president of the Civic Association, that's one person, that one person said, we don't need this. But what about other people in that community? There was somebody, I know some individuals who wanted to hear a little bit more about what was going on, especially with a facility that large coming into my neighborhood. Whether I voted on it or not, I would want to know a little bit more about it. So I'm a little bit perplexed about this whole thing and what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking, and what we stand on historically in Prince George's County, being neighborly and engaging our neighbors in our efforts to make a better community for everybody. And so I'm a little bit disappointed that this did not occur since 2019, and this is what, 2024? I mean, that's a long time not to have any engagement for something to come to your community that large, whether you live inside the Beltway like I do, or whether you live in the community like what we're discussing today. But it is a little bit troubling that something different did not occur. And I'm just thinking it through, and we'll see what happens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Mr. Geraldo, anything from you?
So, yeah, I align with the comments of the other commission. And I guess the thing that stands out most in my mind is 2019 to 2024. There was all 5 years before then, or during that 5 year period, that the community could have been engaged, especially since, and I haven't heard anything to the contrary. One of the community members did say that sanctuary went from 60,000 square feet to 125,000 square feet. So that's basically size of what they were told previous. I understand that there was no requirement of community engagement for the preliminary plan, but if it was known that it was going to, the community was told at one time it would only be 60,000, and then the preliminary plan comes up for 125,000, an obligation to at least share that with the community to see what would happen. And so that's what I'm concerned with. I'm also concerned with the size of the parking lot and the heat effect that that's going to do in that community. And I don't agree with the civil engineer that pervious surfaces, there's more than just pavers. They now have pervious concrete, which would help in the stormwater management part as well as in the heat effect. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, you all, I'm quite aligned with where you are all. I think you've spoken quite well to where I am about this. I have all sorts of concerns about this project. And part of the problem is, I don't mean to abdicate our responsibility, but there's a way in which we are, to use your word, Commissioner Washington, we are a bit hamstrung. We're working with the authority that we have, and most of that authority is granted by the council. The process is laid out for us. The certificate of adequacy requirement is not. We don't control that. That is dictated for us. There's no detailed site plan for this. So a number of the issues, including Commissioner Giraldo, your issue, some of those issues are issues that would be taken up in a detailed site plan. That's not going to be happening. I mean, there is a question around. So I think it's pretty clear that they have ticked all the boxes, that they've met the requirements for this to be approved. I'm wondering, what recourse the community has. I don't even know if the community can appeal this to the council in any way, or the council can take this up. I'm not sure, but in terms of what is before us, colleagues, I think that clear as day the applicant has met the requirements of this, and I believe that I will be, and that we need to be supporting this application, even with all the concerns that we heard. And by the way, concerns that we heard that were very, very well organized by the community and spoken to with a whole lot of thought and preparation and hard work and passion. And I really, really appreciate that. It says, that's frustrating too, but it just says good things about the county, that we have this kind of a engaged and active citizenry. So I really appreciate that. So any further deliberation, colleagues? If not, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and this findings as modified by applicant exhibit number 2 and approve preliminary plan 4-23041 TCP 1-022-2024 and variation from section 24-121A3 and variance to section 25-122B1G to include the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 2.
A motion, is there a second? I'll second the motion. So we have a motion by Commissioner Washington. I've seconded the motion. Any discussion on the motion?
I'd just like to say under discussion, and I'm sure I don't see any of the citizens on screen or cameras on, who may be wondering, well, why couldn't we disapprove? And I'll just opine that we can't because we're legally required to do what we do. And we have no legal basis for not approving the application. That may not feel right, and I'm sure it doesn't to many of you, but we are also bound, we are always bound by what we're legally required to do, despite how we might feel about something.
Yes. And it's not always comfortable, but that is correct. Any further discussion on it? Ms. Plummer, do you have somebody you want to introduce to us?
You can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sophia.
That's the 7-year-old, Sophia.
Hello.
She has RSV, so she's been listening to everything. She has a lot of questions about.
All right, thank you. Pleasure to meet you. All right, if there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
I will go next. I vote aye as well. Commissioner Vice Chair Bailey.
Come back to me.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
I abstain.
Okay, thank you. The vote's 3-0 with 1 abstention. I want to thank, the motion carries. I want to thank everybody for your participation in this process on both sides. Especially want to thank the staff for the incredibly hard work that you all do. And I appreciate the professionalism of it, the diligence of it, and I really recognize your commitment to the profession and to the county as well. So thank you. I want to thank everybody for your time. I don't believe we have any further business before us today. Ms. Connor, anything else?
There are no further items before the board today.
Okay, then without objection, folks, we are adjourned, everybody. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.